we go ahead and hit record. It's the 9th stop in the 2025 season, and for the second year, we've returned to Semper Fi Landing, the main private airstrip for Patriot Airpark. Get ready for Arklahoma STOL. Sitting on the border of Arkansas and Oklahoma in the picturesque Arkansas Valley, its central U.S. location is prime real estate for one of the largest competitor pools this season. With notable returning competitors including Justin Metters in Unlimited Class, Colonel Matt Peterson in his tailwheel converted Cessna 172, Pat McIntyre premiering his new Badlands Traveler in Adventure Class, and Luke Strandland with his upgraded Murphy Super Rebel in the Wilderness Class. Things are beginning to ramp up as we lead into the last 3 events this season, and the battle for precious points culminates with national finals at the end of next month. Pre-flight is done, run-up is complete. Arklahoma STOL 2025 takes flight now.
And welcome, folks, to partly cloudy Pocola, Oklahoma. My name is Cam Walton, and I'm joined by Ryan Dombrowski.
That's right, Cam. Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody, to Patriot Airpark here for Arklahoma STOL 2025. We are gearing up here. It's the last 3 events of the National STOL season, and we are having just a grand old time here. Hope you're enjoying the we're looking out here and seeing just a massive tent city of so many cool different things to do here at Patriot Airpark this weekend. If you're new here to National STOL, what you're about to see is a spot landing competition turned up to 11. You might be wondering, how does the scoring work? How does the judging work? What are they supposed to do? Why are they taking off like that? Why are they landing like that? Guess what, folks? Cam and I are going to walk you through it. Let's learn a little bit about the actual rules for National STOL right now.
Aronson. Takeoff and landing competitions are simple. We have the pilots here competing in separate classes to get the lowest score possible. As you see behind me, we have the start-finish line, so let's start with the takeoff.
This runway is marked with a start-finish line, and as a competitor parks their main gear on the line, they apply power and position their aircraft to get off the ground as soon as possible. Once their main gear leaves the ground, a line judge will mark their takeoff score using the measuring line along the side. This score will be added to the pilot's landing score on this heat. The landing is in 2 parts. It's either over the line and counted, or if the pilot's main gear touches down before the line, or even touches the line, this heat score is scratched and results on a landing disqualification, and the pilot will have to rely on another takeoff and landing score to get them on the podium. A quick look at our aircraft shows we have 2 types of landing gear, tricycle and tail draggers. On the tail dragger aircraft, the score is marked from the 2 main wheels toward the front of the airplane. And for tricycle landing gear, the score is marked by the 2 main gear in the rear of the aircraft. It's a fierce competition out here, but at the end of the day, it's all about building better and safer pilots in the skies.
It's a great day for STOL competitions. Let's get it started.
So that's a little bit about how it works here at National STOL. Like I said, Cam and I will bring you up to speed as the competition begins. Where are we, folks? Well, you know if you're in the crowd, but if you're watching this, part of our global audience online, if you're watching this, we're at Oscar Lima 42 on your sectional. That's Semper Fi Landing. It's the private airstrip here at Patriot Airpark. Pocola is right on the Arkansas and Oklahoma border, and we're just adjacent to the Fort Smith metro area. So really close to, it's why we call it Arklahoma.
Yeah, we are straddling the border.
Absolutely. They'll probably be in Arkansas on their traffic pattern.
Yeah,
I don't
absolutely.
know. I know we're that close. Hey, folks, the other thing we need you to get ready to do is if you are watching today and you are just absolutely inspired by a certain pilot, Right now, I'm kind of rooting for Merle. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that because he's flying a really unique airplane that you're not going to see anywhere else. Go to nationalstol.com/vote. That's nationalstol.com/vote to vote for your favorite pilot. You got to do that by the end of competition today. There's something actually on the line for the pilots. They get a little bit of recognition. They get a little trophy, and they
nice
get a
little prize.
It's actually kind of a big trophy this weekend, and then they get some other prizes from our sponsors. So it's a pretty cool thing. The other thing we got to let you know is we're simulcast on live airshow TV cams.
Yeah, that's super awesome.
So that's really cool. Airshow season's kicking off. Kind of getting towards the end of it, actually, and we're part of that team now and showing all the STOL greatness to that audience there. So make sure to check us out there as well. A big thank you. Want to say a big thank you to Alex, Nancy, Antonio, the whole team here at Patriot Airpark for bringing us back for the second consecutive year. They've been just great hosts.
Yeah, absolutely. This place is awesome. The Mansion Clubhouse up the hill.
Yeah, it's just up this hill right behind us there. It's so beautiful, and the hospitality is just absolutely off the hook. And the last piece of housekeeping before we kick this thing off, kids, it's so important. Go to the National STOL merch booth right now. If you are a kid in the audience, build a paper airplane for a competition we're going to do after the Cub class. You have a few classes to watch, but go build a paper airplane, and you can actually compete today as well. And that is such a fun thing.
Yeah, it's been super awesome in the last couple competitions that we've had. It's really cute.
Yeah. But the other thing I found out at Heritage STOL in Virginia Beach, there's some kids who are like really aggressively competitive about their paper airplanes. And so I can't wait to see what Arkansas and Oklahoma kids can bring to the table. See if you guys can get further than the Virginia Beach kids. They probably can.
Yeah, probably.
They've had more time to prepare.
Yes.
So with that, it is time to kick things off. If you could all please rise for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. God bless America.
Big round of applause for the Colonel, Matt Peterson, the voice of an angel on that man. Thank you so much, Colonel, for that rendition of our national anthem. He's going to actually go mount up because it's almost time to kick things off. He's got to get in his plane, get all set to go.
Get in his trusty steed.
Yeah. So we are getting ready now, folks, for the backcountry class.
Ooh, yes. The heavies.
Take a look at what you're going to see there. You're going to see Matt Peterson in a 172. This is really exciting because this is kind of the kind of plane that you would train in.
Yeah, yep. A 172.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's going to be really rad to see. You're also going to see an American Champion Scout and an Aviat Husky flown by Brad Crawford, too.
Yeah.
That's where we're starting. So the competition kicking off in just a minute. See Matt Peterson's climbing into the cockpit right now. He's going to be firing up, and this is going to be a great time, Cam, for us to really show the folks at home exactly how all of this works. And so, again, we've got Matt Peterson in a Cessna 172. Jeff Harrell in race 19 in a 2016 American Champion Scout. And race 16 will be Brad Crawford in that 2011 Aviat Husky A1C. See Brad Crawford there on the screen getting his headset and his helmet all ready to go. Who are you rooting for right now? What should people expect in this class, Cam?
I'm rooting for, Brad is a friend, and he's from Arkansas, so I kind of have to root for him. But I'll give him a break this time and root for Matt Peterson because the Intruder is looking awfully awesome sitting on its tail since we've been accustomed to seeing it sit normally as a tricycle gear configuration.
That's right. So Matt Peterson, this 1957 172, it just fired up right there. You might say to yourself, if you're a bit of an av geek like Cam and I, you might say, that's not a 172, that's a 170. Au contraire, mon frere. That is a conversion you can do to 172s, put a tail wheel on it, and then Matt's also done some stuff to the engine, which is really excited.
Yeah.
He said it's he told us, where's the nose wheel? It's gone, along with that worn-out engine. He's now rocking 170 horsepower on that Airworks conversion.
Yeah, he's got all the powers now. He was telling us earlier this morning that when he took his old engine in, they said that it was kaput. It was done. So I know he's very happy to have that full amount of power that he can have out of that new engine in front of that airplane.
So while they taxi back down to the end, folks, want to make sure you know we've got a lot of great people here to make sure you all have an excellent time here in Pocola. So if you're here at Patriot Airpark, don't forget to visit our merch booth, our vendor booths, our food trucks. One thing you can do right now actually is head over to the, I believe it's the National STOL tent. You head over to the National STOL tent and you can scan a QR code that will enter you. Our friend Anitra Brad Crawford doing Brad Crawford things. That guy knows how to control the aircraft. Just want to make sure the grass is low enough for him. So go to the National STOL merch booth and you can scan a QR code to be entered into a drawing to get a weekly pass, like a whole week pass for Sun and Fun, which is in a couple of months. Anitra Goddard, the STOL Queen, is here. She's touring the country for Sun and Fun right now, part of that team, and so she can go there and spread the love of Sun and Fun with everybody. Now, first up, Cam, who do we have here?
We have race number 16, Brad Crawford in a 2011 Aviat Husky A1C-180.
Let's hear it for Brad Crawford, everybody.
Brad has been flying since he was a kid. Bush flying is his passion, and he has bought and rebuilt many airplanes, especially Huskies.
Yeah, he's been working on that Husky for a while. Always tuning it up. Thing is clean, and I love the fact that he's got the snarling Husky on the tail. If I had a Husky, that is exactly what I would have. Next up, race number 19. It's a 2016 American Champion Scout from Oak Grove, Louisiana. Give it up for Jeff Harrell.
Jeff is a crop duster with Plunkett Aviation in Northeast Louisiana. He's 50 years old and flies an Air Tractor 602 with about 700 hours per season. I think yesterday he was telling us he's almost near 1,000 hours.
Woo! That's a lot of hours. Okay, race number 42 is up next. A 1957 Cessna 172 from Ethel, Louisiana. Give it up for Matt Peterson.
Here we go. See all there, basically, is what he's saying. That's go spelled G-E-A-U-X because he's from Louisiana. Where's the nose wheel? We don't know. It's somewhere.
I think they probably throw it away. They throw it away, sell it. Maybe you sell something like that.
Yeah, that's a good part. You know, someone needs a good strut and a nose wheel. So, yeah, Matt Peterson in the Intruder.
So that will be your 2025 Arklahoma backcountry class. Getting ready to go there. And first up will be Matt Peterson in the Intruder. And you see again, the way this works, he's going to taxi up to the line. Chief Line Judge, Lexi Duncan there, taxiing him up right to the line, making sure he's exactly where he needs to be. Looking at the wind right now, we do have a little bit of wind coming from the left from Matt's perspective. It's an off-crowd wind. Got a little bit of a crosswind to contend with. And he's going to wait for the air bosses who are in the tent to the left, or I guess you're right in the crowd of Cam and I. They're the ones in charge of making sure that everyone stays safe today and separated in the air. Once Matt gets the go-ahead from the air bosses, he will apply full throttle and ascend gracefully, much like his voice, into the sky. He'll go around the traffic pattern, come back in, and try to land as close to that line without landing before it, get heavy on the brakes, and where he stops, we take that second measurement, we add them together for that composite score.
And he's bringing in that power and release the brakes. We'll see that tail come up, and Matt Peterson will be off.
See that left wing kind of coming up into the air there. That crosswind is light, but it doesn't mean you can't correct for it. You got to make sure you keep those corrections, and he's also got, you know, P factor and all those things working against him as well.
Big old gyroscope on the front of that airplane.
Here's Jeff Harrell in the Scout, tail up immediately, timing it, pulling back maybe a little early. The plane not quite ready to fly, just over 250 feet. Brad Crawford.
Tail up, looking for pennies. Lost some change, it appears, on the runway.
And he's pulling a little early as well. I think that's not uncommon on these first runs.
Right.
You got to figure out where the wind is, where the heat and humidity are, exactly how it all works together for your plane on this particular day. Let's go over to our scores now. Takeoffs. Matt Peterson, 391 feet. Jeff Harrell, 274. And Brad Crawford with 189 feet. Also, looks like Race Control has issued a warning to Brad Crawford. We'll get more details on that for you in just a minute.
Might have seen some high alpha towards the end of his run.
Yeah, I just got confirmation from Race Control. They're saying his angle of attack, high alpha, like Cam mentioned, going too steeply up into the sky. We don't need to go that aggressively because the plane can get slow and we can run into problems there. Here's Matt Peterson on the left. A little too short.
Yep, just a little scratch there. It's the first run, though. He'll get it dialed in.
Honestly, maybe a lot too short.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a plane length too short
I
there.
mean, if it was a sandbar, he would have definitely been in the water.
Yes, and Cam, that's such a great metaphor, right? Like, imagine, folks, this runway in front of you is a sandbar. You're going to go fly fishing. Maybe it's just me and Cam. We want to go for a walk, get our toes in the sand.
Yeah.
And you got to land there. The only way to land there is to not land too short and get soaked. So,
Yeah.
Jeff Harrell.
Hear him nursing that engine, giving it some power, and it paid off in his favor. No scratch for Jeff Harrell.
Now, one thing you might say is, Cam Ryan, the tail touchdown before the line. Isn't that a scratch?
No, that is
Nope.
not a scratch.
Tis not.
We are more concerned with the mains crossing the line than the tail wheel.
And if this were a sandbar, you'll see pilots actually do that.
Yeah.
They'll drag that tail a little bit in the water. You got to be careful because it'll want to suck you down into the water. But you can actually slow the airplane down a little bit while it's still flying. Here's Brad Crawford now on your right.
There we go, right over the line, getting it stopped nice and short.
Brad, if any other pilot was doing that, I would feel uncomfortable, but he is really good at like modulating the brakes and the power together to keep the plane exactly correct. But
I remember when I first saw him do that, and it was like, oh, but we're used to it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It still makes me feel certain ways when I see that. So he is currently in first place with a combined score of 313. Jeff Harrell behind him with 445. Matt Peterson not yet on the board with that scratch. They both have, or all three of them have 2 more attempts for glory. While they're taxiing back, Cam, I want to take a look at the weather with you and actually look at this right here, this METAR that we've got up on the screen. For the folks here at Pocola, I will kind of read it over to you. Basically, you've got almost like a tiny tailwind, just barely, like a couple of degrees, but it's mostly just a crosswind from the pilot's left. And we're showing 6 knots of wind, so light, but not inconsequential.
Exactly. We've seen the wind doing weird things in passenger competition. Even variable and light is not absolutely great.
What a difference for Matt Peterson.
Yeah.
Like what?
Absolutely.
I mean, just numbers getting so short compared to before the modifications, the engine, the tail wheel.
Yes.
Like half from last season? Some of these takeoff numbers, do you think?
Yeah. I mean, he was pretty close to the 400s at times.
Jeff Harrell on the roll. Timed it better, still a little bit too soon. Brad Crawford on the line.
The snarling husky on the tail. I think we first saw that with Austin Clemens and his husky. Man, he seems to have lost a lot of change on the runway, just looking for all those pennies.
Find a penny, pick it up. All right. So they are coming around the bend. The Colonel on what's called left base right now as he's turning through base leg to final approach. While he does right here, I'm going to say hi to a couple people in the chat. They're commenting, by the way, on Brad. They're saying, lol, do a flip, do a loop. Because he is known for his aerobatic flying as well.
Yeah.
So we've got to say hi to Austin Ford. We've got to say hi to Sean, Cedric P, Katrina, MP Troll, Cedric. The chat's on fire right now. I can't even keep up with all the chatting there. If you want to participate in that, go to nationalstol.com. Here's Matt Peterson. Oh, was it a scratch? Oh, scratch. Lexi felt bad about that one. It was close.
Oh, so close.
So Matt Peterson still not on the books By the way, Lexi, if you can hear us, you've got a little bit of a fan club in the chat. Folks, Sean in the chat saying, Lexi is my hero. So that's very nice. And Katrina wants credit for her line, Cam. Cam stole my line looking for pennies.
Yes, we always give you credit. Maybe not this time, but we always do.
Maybe you did. Also, way to say hi to Jason Harper, Gordon Gunderson. Here comes Jeff Harrell. Ooh, big power.
Whoa.
Not enough, though.
Tried to save it. The wind just died. I mean, that wasn't him. That was the wind for sure.
Yeah, and you could see it started to fall out. He full throttled it, but just not enough ponies in the stable to keep him in the air. Here comes Brad Crawford playing in the wind. Now he has nothing to work with right now. No help from Mother Nature.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeeting it over the line, heavy on the brakes. Well managed by Brad Crawford. I would say those conditions, Cam, just not ideal just in that last run for these folks.
Not at all. The wind said no for Brad and no for Jeff.
While they taxi back, folks, want to mention our friends at Flying Eyes. Take such great care of us here at National STOL. They may even be here on the field. If they are, make sure to say hi to Lauren and Brad and learn about your new favorite sunglasses. Cam's rocking some right now. I'm rocking the prescription, just normal glasses right now. And you can see they're kind of bendy, which is really good.
Super bendy.
They fit under your headset without breaking the seal. And for me, with the prescription glasses, I actually have magnetic sunglasses. I don't need those right now.
I do.
You do.
Bright.
But I feel like I didn't need them quite yet, but I'll show you later in the day when it gets a little brighter out. Great friends over at Flying Eyes. You can use coupon code National STOL. All one word, National STOL. Save 10% on your Flying Eyes sunglasses. So
And
thanks
help
to
out
them.
your favorite STOL competition series.
Matt Peterson, race number 42. I think Matt's going to be really happy with his return to National STOL.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now he can say to all the skeptics, look, money well spent. He was being held back, I think, by the airplane compared to his skill.
Yeah,
Jeff
absolutely.
Harrell pulling and pulling and pulling, and it finally comes off the ground. And Brad Crawford, the showman.
Yeah. Looks like the flags are indicating nothing now. Now it just dropped out of the bottom, but
Feeling a little bit, just as you said that. Crossman from the left for Brad. Trying to get all the momentum he can into the tail. And it settled back just a bit. And so when that happens, it settles back, we'd get a little bit of a second reading.
yeah.
Not a little bit, just a second reading. The judges will go from where the mains leave the ground the second time. Folks, we mentioned it earlier. Go to that National STOL merch tent to talk to our friend Anitra Goddard, the STOL Queen. She's here with the Sun and Fun Fan Van. You can learn all about the Bushwheel Base Camp at Sun and Fun, and that is just a few months away.
Oh, man.
I feel like we're just there. I'm not complaining.
I'm not complaining. It's just, yeah.
I feel like we're just there.
Full circle.
Whoa, what a year it's been in STOL. We've got 3 events left, folks, including this one today, so just 2 more next month. Music City STOL is next up October 10th and 11th in Gallatin, Tennessee. Here comes Matt Peterson.
Yeah. Nice little backfire from him, pulling back on the power.
So I think the important thing is he's in the books.
Yes, he's in the books right now.
Gave up, I think, somewhere between 100 and 125 feet before he touched down, but I think at this point he was like, I just got to get one. I got to get on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, his first takeoff was his shortest. So he doesn't have his shortest takeoff to pair with that. But 361 on that landing is a respectable number for his return. Triumphant return back to National STOL.
Can only go down in footage from here.
Yeah.
Jeff Harrell giving up about 50 to 75 feet before touching down, and he's heavy on the brakes. A little burst of power to keep the tail down. That's counterintuitive, right? Like,
yeah.
The tail's coming up. You want it not to anymore. You actually have to give it power to get a little wind from the prop wash over those control surfaces to push the tail back down. But I think that's not what people would normally do.
No, absolutely
You need to
not.
let up on the brakes, which you also don't want to do, and then you need to give it power. Like your brain is working against you. Cam, did you know about this headline? We've got a musician that's going to be at Music City STOL.
Yeah, Tyler Hubbard of Florida Georgia Line is going to be there serenading us with his voice.
Ooh, Brad. Oh, he saved it! I can't believe he saved it! No way, Brad Crawford!
Yo, that's awesome.
And saved it again with keeping it from nosing over there. Holy cow. You can start calling him Hugh Jackman, the greatest showman. Jeez, oh, Pete's. That's what my grandma used to say.
Jeez, oh, Pete.
Jeez, oh, Pete's. Oh, my goodness.
Jeez, oh, Brad's.
Oh, wow. Cheese and crackers, more like it. We are also going to be over at Lone Star STOL and the National Finals. That's going to be presented by our friends at American Legend Aircraft in Sulphur Springs, Texas, October 30th and November 1st. Don't forget, folks, that paper airplane competition after the Cub class. A few more classes, and you got to get your paper airplane ready. So, kids, go to the National STOL tent to get your paper and register for that. And then, last but not least, I want to thank one of our sponsors, Cam, Clemens Insurance.
Oh, yeah. We are both using Clemens. You're Clemens Insurance. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The most affordable and best insurance coverage available, maintaining the highest standard of excellence, is no lie.
Yeah, that's Clemens Insurance, and we really appreciate them and all of their help bringing the season to us and protecting a lot of our pilots. A lot of them fly with Clemens Insurance, taking care of their wings. So we will be back in just a few minutes for the dramatic conclusion of the backcountry class here at Arklahoma STOL 2025. What's up, Av Geeks and STOL Freaks? Welcome to Lone Star STOL here in beautiful Sulphur Springs, Texas. It's Luke Spore, everybody, 2019 American Legend Aircraft BOAC. Round of applause for Chuck Olmstead. In the gray and orange MOAC, Ryan Shirley, everybody. Give a round of applause for Brian Steck. We might be sub 60 feet on that one. It's an unlimited class. It's what you've been waiting for. That's right, the Beast Mode MOAC, Colin Kaneva.
showing that he deserves to belong here. Whoa, that was legendary.
And welcome back. And welcome back, everybody. And welcome back to Arklahoma STOL 2025. What a great way to start it out. Let's hear it for these backcountry class pilots putting on a show. It's time to see how this thing wrapped up, folks. In third place on the board with a combined score of 804 feet. The triumphant return, give it up for the Colonel, Matt Peterson. In second place with a combined score of 445, give it up for Jeff Harrell. And in first place with a combined score of 313 feet, first place goes to Brad Crawford in the Husky. Brad, well, you're giving me a heart attack, man. Talk to me about that aircraft control.
Well, you just know your limits, brother. It's there's a good balance between that, but the Husky's a great airplane. We've got a great event and great people. Thanks for having me.
Well, congratulations. Let's hear it again for the backcountry class. They got some, oh, they're going nuts already. Okay, we will be back. Oh, he's getting me. All right, we'll be back in just a minute with more STOL flying after this.
It's a kind of a different experience buying a Legend Cub because you're buying from the owners of the company. You're going to meet everybody that's going to work with you ahead of time. They're experts at every little facet of it. You pretty much can do as much of the aircraft as you're capable, and they'll kind of hold your hand through the rest of it. So I couldn't recommend it higher than truly a wonderful experience. You show up and you watch how all the fuselages are all TIG welded, and their processes are second to none. They build by far the nicest airplane, lightest componentry, great styling. Ron, their painter, is spectacular. It's not like any other buying experience. You are truly buying into a family. A lot of longtime employees. I'm friends with a lot of the guys that helped build my airplane. Legend Cub owners typically buy an airplane and never sell that airplane. You won't find very many of them used for sale on the market. I think you get a slightly different owner with a Legend Cub. It's not just an airplane to them. It's a piece of art. It's a piece of them. It's custom designed and built for them. Any option you want is available. Hard to get much better than this.
And we are back in Pocola, Oklahoma at Semper Fi Landing, Patriot Airpark, Oscar Lima 4-2 on your sectional. We've got the results from the backcountry class. In first place, Brad Crawford with a score of 313. In second place, Jeff Harrell with a combined total of 445. And in third place, with this triumphant return to National STOL, Matt Peterson with a combined total of 804.
So good to see Matt Peterson back in action. I know he was itching to get out here. Took kind of the whole season. I mean, building a plane or modifying a plane always just takes time, right? There's just a lot of things, a lot of pieces to figure out. So next up, folks, we've got a little bit of a combined class for you. We've got our touring class and then the wilderness class. 2 aircraft flying for you right now. John Douglas is going to be in a 1964 Cessna 182. Jared Garrettson is going to be flying the 2024 Backcountry Super Cub Boss. And then we're going to continue the wilderness class with Brandon Korn in the same aircraft, the 2024 Backcountry Super Cub Boss. John McCart will be playing in his brand new, he just finished building it, 2025 Bearhawk 5. And then Luke Strandling with the plane. I don't know if you watched practice yesterday, folks. It makes a very specific noise.
It hits a frequency.
It does hit a frequency. The Luke Strandlin's going to be flying his 2009 Murphy Super Rebel. That aircraft also just finishing heavy modifications. So this season feels like it's been a transitionary season. A lot of people either switching to new aircraft, building new aircraft, modifying their aircraft, like Matt or Luke. So it's all kind of culminating in these last 3 events here at the tail end of the season. First up, race number 603, flying the 2024 Backcountry Super Cup Boss. Give it up for Jared Garrettson.
Jared is entering his 2nd season competing with National STOL in 2025. He buys, sells, and trades and builds experimental backcountry planes, and known for saying, if I can fit in it, I'll fly it.
That's so true.
It's so true.
I was talking to Jared last night, and he mentioned that his goal next season is to enter at least one event where he competes in every single class. And the problem is, folks, you're going to see he's a good stick. If he does that, he will probably win every single class.
Unfair.
Next up, race 307, a 1964 Cessna 182, all the way from Pinedale, Wyoming. Give it up for John Douglas.
John and Angela Douglas help host the Rocky Mountain STOL competition, and it's a dream come true for John. He is a Pinedale, Wyoming native, an IA and AMP mechanic with a deep passion for aviation.
So they're going to get on the line here. Now, new for this season has been the launch of this wilderness class. And so what used to be is these 2 airplanes would literally be competing against each other.
Yep.
In the touring class. Previously, earlier, it was the heavy touring class. Here's John Douglas now, giving it all the stallions.
Ooh.
That was a nice, clean pull.
Yeah, really.
Well done, John Douglas. Jared Garrettson in this just large and in-charge airplane. And that's what these classes were all about, right? This touring class, and you can see he's lined up overhead here on the drone shot.
Yeah.
Trying to grab a little bit of that crosswind. 330 horsepower roaring into the sky. So you can see, though, why we had to divide the classes, right? So the touring class, we would say, is the heavies, right? It's the 182s like John's flying, the 180s, another like quintessential backcountry plane. Those planes were very competitive until the experimentals. We called them yesterday. What did you call them, Cam?
The big experimental big boys.
The big experimental big boys. And so what he's getting at there is you have planes like the Backcountry Boss show up, and it just suddenly becomes non-competitive because they're not being held to the same standard from the FAA, really. Like the 182 certificated, there's a lot more regulation that applies there compared to the experimental aircraft. And you can see there's just a big competitive difference. So wilderness class was spun off to make sure that our touring class pilots could still remain competitive with each other. What that's done, though, is you'll see in the next heat, Things are just getting nuts. Here's John Douglas kind of descending there. Big burst of power to keep him off the ground again, and not enough. So that'll be a scratch for John Douglas in the 182.
That's sad because he had so much wind coming around the corner from base final. Thought it was assured, and then it just died.
Yeah, the wind just dropped out on him. That will, I think, be the story for Arklahoma 2025 is this variable wind. We want more wind in STOL comps. The more wind there is, the shorter the landings.
And asking you receive, and it's happening right now. We've got more wind right now, but
and then less wind. Yeah, it's definitely variable, gusty. Jared Garrettson just sliding down into ground effect. Ground effect is this effect where when the airplane is close to the ground, it gets a little extra lift. There's like a little cushion of air that kind of forms there. And so you can do stuff like this where you're modulating the throttle. Wow.
yeah, it's masterful controls.
Now high up and gonna drop it down.
Yeah, I just love how he floated it down, gave it a little micro burst of power. It was enough to keep that descent arrested, and nice and smooth stopping and landing from Jared Garrettson.
I think we're going to see that number shrink over the next two runs from Jared Garrettson.
For sure.
You could see that he was working with the wind, and then when it went away, he added power, kind of modulating through that. John Douglas is trying to do the same thing. He just doesn't have as much to work with. Two different airplanes. You know, John's flying something that's all metal construction. Jared Garrettson flying something that's, you know, tube and fabric as well as metal.
Another synchronized pirouette.
I like that.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Don't forget, folks, to vote for your fan favorite, nationalstol.com/vote. John Douglas flaps down, making a little extra lift for him.
Yep, his last takeoff was 314 feet. We'll see what he's going to pair that with for this run. Or not pair it with, but start this run with.
And so one of the things John's also got working against him is his flaps. You know, he doesn't have manual flaps. He's got the electric flaps, so he can't pop them. Like if you watch the inboard control surfaces, when Jared takes off, he's going to reach in and pull flaps probably pretty aggressively. That actually generates a little burst of lift and obviously some drag he's going to counteract.
Yeah. John Douglas with 321 feet on that last takeoff.
And you saw there, not only did he pop those flaps down to pop into the air, he also released them, and that's the dance you then have to play, because when he released them, you saw the aircraft start to descend as that lift was removed.
Yeah.
And he had to counteract by pushing the nose down, not what you think you need to do.
Yeah, it's not instinctive.
You're descending and you're pushing the nose down to get speed, and this is, you see me, you're like, that's what I do. Oh, no. The first couple of times you do it, you feel a little uncomfortable, but some of, actually a lot of aircraft flying is like doing the opposite of what your brain tells you to do.
Exactly. Yeah, because doing what your brain tells you to do will send you into the ground really quick.
Yeah. Don't be scared of it, though. Go take a flight lesson. Okay.
That's why we practice.
We really sold it there, Cam. Okay, here's John Douglas on the left, base to final. Folks, we are gearing up for the national finals at the home of sponsor Legend Aircraft.
Ooh, yes.
Can't wait to go hang out with them again, see their factory, see all the MOACs, the mother of all Cubs. Red Tag Art, one of our other sponsors this year, is making custom trophies for the annual award winners. Very exciting. And Sarasota Avionics providing Garmin prizes for the annual award winners. John Douglas. Oh, too
man.
short for John Douglas. Better.
Yeah.
He's going to have to get on the board here in the third run.
Last run is going to mean it all.
Let's see on the replay here. He did land just short.
Yeah.
Kathy Joe in the chat saying, "Go, Jared. He should fly every class." I think honestly, I would love to see him do it. I also feel like just like fatigue.
Yeah.
Like it may. I mean, he's a young lad, but I just feel like I would be pretty tired if I did that. Here he comes now. He's got the benefit of wind, and it looks like he's got some on the nose. The nose is so high right now.
Yeah.
Dropping it in. And you see him trying to point the airplane a little bit more into the wind to shorten that landing distance.
Man.
What an inconsistency from the wind right now.
Right. He also gave up about 30 feet or so. So, I mean, like, that landing could have possibly been shorter, but given the conditions, the wind, he ballooned, like, there's just a lot happening in that moment.
Yeah, fighting that wind, and then I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to get a little bit of altitude to let the aircraft then descend more aggressively into the ground.
Okay, yeah.
And then if that happens, what you're doing is putting the energy of the aircraft down versus forward.
Right.
So maybe get a shorter distance out of it.
Right, all right. More directed energy into the ground as opposed to across the ground.
John Douglas has some wind helping him out right now. This airplane, just to put it in perspective, weighs 1,650 pounds. The backcountry boss behind him actually a little bit heavier at 1,780.
We're talking about empty weights, right?
Empty weights, yeah. What it weighs without gas, people, everything in it. I think Jared's itching to go because he can see the winds here right now.
Yeah.
Nice takeoff for John Douglas there.
Yeah, 271 feet, his shortest takeoff today. 272 feet, correction.
So this airplane empty weighs a little bit less than 100 pounds more, but has 100 horsepower more than what John Douglas is working with. Okay, Jared Garrettson, pull the flaps, yank it off. Nice! Sub 125. And an airplane that, fully loaded, can weigh 3,600 pounds.
Yeah, those are the numbers that you want for sure. Like, you can take everything and everybody with you into the backcountry, in the backcountry boss.
I mean, there's room in the back of this thing. I don't know if you, like, if I stand up, the floorboards in the cockpit come up to my chest.
Yeah.
Right about here. And then the other thing is there's not only are there 4 seats, there is room behind the second row for me to lay down.
Yeah.
You could put 2 more seats in, no problem. It's just there's a lot of room to work with.
Yeah.
Kitchen sink for real.
Kitchen sink, all the fixings.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
No problem. So, hey, as we get closer to the end of the season, folks, I want to talk a little bit about how this wraps up at the finals. And 80% of the regular season events count towards annual points. If you participate in more than 8, it's your top 8 finishes that get counted. Lone Star STOL on Friday will be a regular season event. And then if you qualify, you head into that finals event for double points. Top 5 pilots in Texas in each class in terms of season's points advance. And there's also a wild card opportunity. Good over the line. Nice. He just gave it what for and got over the line, plopping it down.
Man. Yeah, that was great. He's going to be really happy.
He might be feeling that one a little bit tomorrow, but he got it done.
So that.
Look at that, Cam. Look just over the line, like frame
close.
by frame.
Yeah, as close as you really want it to be. Yeah, that's super awesome. So 272 feet on that takeoff. We're going to see what the number is for the landing. 359 feet. Combined total of 631 for that run. The only qualifying run for John Douglas.
Oop, dropping out a little bit there. He got it, though, with so much power on tap with this airplane, and you can do this approach, right? This high angle of attack behind the power curve, right, where the engine's doing most of the, you're using more power to go slower. Nicely done. That is more what I'd expect from Jared, stopping just over 125 feet from the line.
So his 115-foot takeoff is going to get paired with 128 feet on that landing. And they're going to reset so that Brandon Korn can hop in the backcountry boss now.
And that'll be it for John Douglas. We'll learn more from him in a little bit. And it'll be time for the next heat of the Wilderness class. Special thanks to our annual sponsors: Legend Aircraft, Clemens Insurance, Behringer Aero, Sarasota Avionics, Lift Aviation USA, Flying Eyes Optics, Red Tag Art, Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, iFly EFB by Adventure Pilot, ICOM Radios, Tundra Tailwheel, Fly Orca.
The National STOL Series would like to thank local sponsors of Arklahoma STOL 2025. Patriot Airpark, Choctaw Casino and Resort, Arkansas Valley Electric Corporation, Central National Bank, River Valley Democratic Gazette, Elite Workspace Solutions, Fort Smith ER and Hospital, Metroplex Builders, Infinity Electric, Razorback Marine and Fuel Injector Service, Copco Metal Fabrication, Fort Smith Windwater Company, Grand Savings Bank.
And we're back in Pocola, Oklahoma for Arklahoma STOL 2025. Getting lined up and ready for the Wilderness class.
Yeah, so we're going to see the remaining 3 competitors in the Wilderness class. You saw Jerry Garrettson flying this aircraft, taxiing by you, the backcountry boss. Now Brandon Korn's at the controls. Meanwhile, we've got 2 other giant experimental planes. We're still trying to figure out the best acronym. Yesterday in practice, we were talking about big experimental big boys, the BEBs.
The BEBs.
We need other acronyms.
Yes, something a little bit shorter, maybe.
The GEAs, giant experimental aircraft.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll keep working on it.
GIAs.
The GIAs. In the chat. Go in the chat. You go to Facebook, YouTube. You can join the chat even if you're here in the crowd. And let us know what you think. Katrina in the chat saying, the show this weekend is amazing. That 182 is pushing it so hard, and the boss is melting my mind with its physics defying. All right, let's kick this thing off. First up, right in front of you there, Race 260 is a 2009 Murphy Super Rebel, all the way from Mora, Minnesota. Give it up for Luke Strandland.
Luke started flying in 2014, has been hooked ever since. He began in a Seneca 2, then moved to a PA 31P, Murphy Moose, Zlin Savage, and now a Super Rebel.
Next up from Omaha, Nebraska, race number 10. It's a 2025 Bearhawk 5. Give it up for John McCardle.
John's been a pilot for 3 years with 450 hours of flight time. He grew up playing football and earned a scholarship to play at Kansas State. He played professionally in Germany for 3 years.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. He's updated his profile.
Yeah, it's looking real good there, John
Yeah.
McCardle.
Dude.
He's got a YouTube channel, by the way, at John_McCardle. You can watch him flying and hunting and all those things. 400 horsepower on that airplane. Holy moly. From Goss, Texas, race number 30 in the 2024 Backcountry Super Cup Boss. Give it up for Brandon Korn.
Brandon's a third-generation owner of Korn Collision Center, established in 1948. He's a former wing sprint car racer who found a new passion in flying.
And Brandon Korn coming over, he's the 2023 Heavy Touring National Champion. Has a bit of a grudge match against McCardle. They've traded places back and forth in the Nationals. They both came from touring and heavy touring into the wilderness class with their experimentals. And the grudge match continues, but they're great. They're great competitors. They enjoy flying against each other. Brandon Korn, maybe a bigger transition in his aircraft coming from the 205, which is huge.
Yeah.
But it was a nose wheel airplane, and now he's in this huge tailwheel airplane. And I think that's maybe, I haven't spoken to him about this, but I think that's where he needs to get the most comfortable in the transition, is switching over to a tailwheel arrangement. Just need to get more reps in, more competitions in, flying the tailwheel. It's a big thing to switch when you've been flying your whole life with a wheel under the nose. You switch over to tailwheel. It's just a different way of thinking about flying. And so I think for Brandon, that's one thing he's working on. But he's making use of this airplane and doing a great job with it.
Yeah, I would say so.
So he's going to taxi up to the line now. And what's crazy right now is you're seeing an ascending order of horsepower. 330 horsepower in the Boss. That was unheard of last season. John McCardle in the Bearhawk 5, the one that is orange and black, rocking 400 horsepower. And Luke Strandland this weekend thinking he's making about 450 to 500. And look at that! That might have been shorter than anything Jared did.
I thought it was sub 125. The judges are pointing sub 100, so somewhere around 95.
Wind. Everyone's got wind right now,
yeah.
but that was perfectly well executed by Brandon Korn. Take advantage of the wind when you have it.
Man.
And as I say that, it feels like it's dying out a little bit for John McCardle.
He's got a few more ponies under the hood, so maybe that'll help.
I don't know if there's any substitute
There
for
is
some
no
wind on the
substitute
nose.
for wind. No, absolutely not.
Spooling it up.
Ooh!
I think around the same place.
Yeah, I mean, so Brandon Korn was 95. I'm going to call 92 for John. That's 94. Okay. So it was bested by 1 foot. Luke Strandland with the Super Rebel making unknown horsepower, but somewhere around 400. All right. And he's off somewhere looking about the 190, 192, 194 exactly. That's what the judges are saying right now. They're going to make their way around the pattern. So Brandon Korn is on base Turning final right now over the trees. And that big backcountry boss, the aircraft, once those flaps come down, it just looks so, I say droopy, and I don't mean that negatively. It just has such a huge wing, and those flaps are along the trailing edge of that wing, and they're just ginormous. So he's got it in slow flight. He's battling the wind. We do want wind, but also it can present a challenge at times, especially when you're in low power configuration. And he's going to scratch. He landed just I'm not going to say a little early, but it is a lot early. He is at least 2 to 3 aircraft links, backcountry boss links from the line touching down. He's going to get taxied, and then John McCardle is going to follow him already on final with his flaps down. He's bucking right now in this awesome wind that we've got. It's a crosswind for them, but it's A-okay. He's going to handle it. And right over the line. Ooh! Oh, it's a scratch! Oh, and he's not happy about it either. His head just rocked way back.
He was like, I cannot believe it. Oh, so close. Look at this. Yeah, about 2 tire lengths.
Man, yeah.
So close. So here's the thing. That airplane, empty, is actually the lightest of these 3. It is also a kitchen sink airplane, right? Like you can put everything in a Bearhawk 5. You can also put everything in a 2009 Murphy Super Rebel. There's one coming in from your right, folks. This airplane is the heaviest of all 3. Almost 400 pounds heavier than McCardle's plane. When Luke is done with it, he's claiming he's going to be able to get up to 600 horsepower out of it. Still working on it. Oh! And that's what we were talking about yesterday, that sound. It gave me goosebumps again. Like, just like a little...
It's doing something.
It, like, feels like in my brain a certain way.
Yeah. Now I've got the delayed goosebumps. Like, yeah, man, I don't know what to say.
The DGB.
Yeah.
Here's your problem, sir. You've contracted DGB. Delayed goosebumps brought on by Luke Strandlin's uncomfortable sounding airplane. I don't know why. It's just something about the specific pitch it makes.
Yeah, in beta. Like, when it's taking off, it's fine. But like,
yeah, right there, right in front of us there. I'm not saying, and I also want to be clear, not saying I don't like it.
Yeah, no. It's just something that an aircraft has not done to me before.
Maybe like a 4th or 5th gen fighter under Afterburner.
Yes, but different. It's still different. This is kind of higher pitch. It's like a F-35 is growly, and if you're privileged enough to have ever stood around an F-14 like that was craziness. But yeah, I still have goosebumps. Brendan Korn, hold on to the Johnson bar,
and still off. Not as much wind on his nose, but still off quite short.
Yeah. John McCardle in Bird Dog.
Love the paint job on McCardle's plane.
Yeah. Copper is a good choice.
I asked him, is that airplane copper or is it orange? And he said, I don't know.
Okay.
Whoa, looking for pennies, too.
Yeah, let's
I feel
go.
like there's a little bit of competitive spirit in McCardle right now after that last scratch.
Yes,
We
absolutely.
were talking to him last night about his takeoff technique. You can see it's quite physical if you watch him in the cockpit. And he said last night that he's switched from constant stick back and flaps up at this, or down, excuse me, at the same time, where you pull both controls at the same time. As he's experimented both in his maul and now, if he pulls on the stick, then he delays a half a second and pulls on the flaps to get a better hop off the ground. Luke Strandlin, it did make me feel a little weird as it came by that time, even on takeoff.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. It was subdued for me, but it is doing something.
If you're in the crowd here at Arklahoma STOL, hop into Facebook or YouTube and let us know. Did it make you feel weird too?
Yeah, I mean we're a
wanna
little
know.
bit closer than y'all are, so definitely want to know if that beam of sound is making it through y'all.
The beam of sound. Sean and Katrina mentioning also that McCardle's not wearing a shirt. John is serious; he's got his shirt off, and then Sean saying, "Does John ever wear a shirt?" When he's serious, I don't think
Yeah, I
so.
think the shirt comes off when it's when it's go time.
Maybe it's cold.
Oh yeah. Lone Star last year was a little chilly. Brandon Korn wagging that tail using the rudder because the aileron should be feeling mushy at that slow speed.
Ooh, there we go.
Ooh. Very pillowy soft on that
Wow,
landing.
that was something. That's like TikTok worthy.
Yeah.
That was really great.
Yeah.
That is a 99-foot takeoff combined with a 99-foot landing. That's going to put Brandon Korn up in first.
Wow. Okay.
Best for Jared Garrettson was 243. McCardle and Strandlin not yet on the board. Here's McCardle now. Good gust of wind to help him over the line. Down and stopped right around the 125. When the airplane is angled a little bit, we do measure from the furthest main gear.
Yep.
So in that case, his right main was a little bit further. We measure from that.
They're going to give him 127 on that. They're still going to put him in second place so far.
Yeah, 229, so just in front of Jared Garrettson now. Luke Strandlin not yet on the board. He's the next one hovering in, and he does his high alpha approach a little bit higher, a little bit sooner. See him kind of coming in there. He's got a lot of power on tap. See him working against the wind now. And if he can get the reverse pitch to work here, he's got a chance to hop up to the front. First, he's got to get over the line. Good over the line. Yeah, it makes my teeth hurt a little bit too. I don't get it.
The table was rattling.
Yeah, it's putting off some sonic booms or something. So
I have to know.
That reverse pitch, of course, not a silver bullet. We talk about that a lot too.
Yeah.
The workload is very high for pilots. We've seen even pilots as experienced with it as Jerry Clemens, Austin Clemens. You'll sometimes see them engage it. It won't engage correctly, but they're already throttling up, and they actually push themselves further down the runway.
Yeah.
Luke Strandlin's going to be in fourth place now with 289. And that is after the second run of the Wilderness class. Well, they reset Good reminder, folks. Build a paper airplane at the National STOL merch booth. We'll have to get the kids out there. Go to the National STOL merch booth to build your paper airplane. We're going to do that right after the Cub class. 2 heats of that just after this one. Also, don't forget to go to the National STOL merch tent to scan that QR code to get entered into the drawing for the week-long wristbands for Sun and Fun, thanks to Anitra and the rest of the Sun and Fun team. Brandon Korn.
Yeah, that airplane just loves.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Lines.
I have no notes. 5 out of 5 stars, no notes.
Yeah, a pillowy soft landing, like coupled by a pillowy soft takeoff.
John McCardle in the Bird Dog.
Sun's out, guns out.
Hey! Watch him now. Pull.
Yeah.
You
dude.
see the like delayed.
Yeah,
Look,
he's working on it for sure.
Getting it kind of figured out there. He said it can shave up to 20 feet off if he does it right. So he's going to continue to hone that technique. Luke Strandland now getting ready to unleash a sonic weapon. Off a little bit longer than his colleagues. I feel like the wind did die out for him on the takeoff there.
Yep, I agree. Not so much velocity as Brandon and John.
Brandon Korn on the right, coming in on final approach right now. While he comes in, want to say thanks to our friends at Fly Orca. It's an app that was created to help you achieve your aviation goals, connect with community, discover training opportunities, and share your journey from tracking your improvements over time and reflecting on your progress to striving alongside your buddies. You can find trusted instructors and celebrate your aviation journey with your familia and friends. We're here to keep your aviation fire burning strong. That's Orca. That app does a lot, and it's I think the community aspect for me is what's really fun, just to be able to share what I'm doing with my friends. Here's Brandon Korn now. High dropping. Ooh, cushioning.
Oh,
he was good. I was expecting like the old chop, plop, and drop.
Yep.
And instead he was like, I'm just going to add a little power and use these slats and this big old lifty wing just to float on down.
Yes.
Like a wee butterfly. I don't know why I became Irish. Like, that's the worst accent I've ever done. But he's from Texas. He does not sound like he's from over the pond at all. But that's what he did, and it was amazing. Hashtag nice work, Brandon Korn.
Hashtag. John McCardle riding the bucking Bronco all the way down.
Doggy.
Ooh.
Lexi says she does not know if it was a scratch or not, so we'll have to go to the judges in the booth. They're going to check the camera frame by frame.
Oh. That looks like the left main.
Controversial, to be sure, called a scratch.
Dang. Yep, that is. He's not going to be happy about that. And that would have been. Well, it's a good thing. It wouldn't have been his shortest run, so it's okay. Luke Strandland. Oh,
scratched
no.
and scrambled as well. That made me feel even worse when he does like the little snap. Whop. Ugh. Nope. Not for me.
Man.
I love the plane. I
Oh, yeah,
love the
absolutely.
plane. It's so cool. He said he's still got a few parts he's got to bolt onto it to get even more horsepower. I don't know what that could mean. But he's going to do even more to it to get it boosted up even more powerfully. He thinks maybe 600 horsepower, but man, already at the 450 to 5 mark.
Yeah. Just think about where that aircraft came from. Like, we saw it for the first time 2 years ago, I think. I think it was 2023, his first season competing, and man, it has just changed so much.
Well, they're going to taxi into position, and we are going to take a short break and be back with more STOL action. We're going to talk about the results of the touring and the wilderness class right after this.
Let's go.
Connect with pilots worldwide. Watch your flights unfold with accurate terrain, scenery, altitude, ground speed, time, and flight path. Improving your wind situational awareness by reviewing your flight path with wind data. Invite friends to join you. Debriefing with peers is a blast. Balance striving with fun. Never wasting a chance to document bragging rights or continue to improve by connecting with pilots and instructors who inspire you. Just tap the record.
And welcome back, everybody, to Arklahoma STOL 2025. Right next to me here, I've got the touring and the wilderness class, and they deserve a round of applause from you right now. Give it up for them. That was some flying. First, we got to talk about the touring class. with a combined score of 631. Everyone give it up for John Douglas. And then over to the wilderness class. It was trading places, trading spaces the whole time. In third place with a combined score of 243 feet. Give it up for Jared Garrettson. In second place, see, it was close. In second place with a combined score of 229 feet. Give it up for John McCardle. And in first place with a combined score of 198 feet, Brandon Korn. Brandon, you've been coming over from the 205 all season. Feels like you're really starting to hit your stride with it.
I know it. It's been a big change flying this Boss Cub, but it's just tons of fun. That thing's like a monster truck airplane.
Monster truck airplane. All right, give it up for the wilderness class, Arklahoma STOL 2025. Everyone's just shooting McCardle. All right, we'll be back with more with the Cub class right after this. Special thanks to our annual sponsors: Legend Aircraft, Clemens Insurance, Behringer Aero, Sarasota Avionics, Lift Aviation USA, Flying Eyes Optics, Red Tag Art, Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, iFly EFB by Adventure Pilot, ICOM Radios, Tundra Tailwheel, Fly Orca.
Sarasota was created actually back in the 70s, but we and Bert and Vince, my two partners, they've sold their business to Ryan and Sean, which is my two other partners now. We started around in 1999, 2000. Just had one little spot in this hangar, and we've built it up from there. So we've been here for 23 years now. So, and then we have 5 facilities now here in the state of Florida. First starts in Tampa, Sarasota. Venice here is our main headquarters, and we have Punta Gorda and then Fort Lauderdale, Lantana. And we have partners in Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Tullahoma, Tennessee, all over the world. We're the largest Garmin dealer in the world. So that's probably what we've been known for. So we do more installs on aircraft, general aviation, anything really under 10,000 pounds than anybody else in the world. So, and we've been that for quite a few years now.
And welcome back, folks, to Arklahoma STOL in Pocola, Oklahoma at Patriot Airpark. We just completed the touring and wilderness classes, and we'll get those numbers up for you in just a moment.
What a
quick recap.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm just like, that was pretty exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. So in first place in the touring class, we have John Douglas with a combined total of 631 feet. In the wilderness class, the big, heavy experimental class, we've got in first place Brandon Korn with a combined total of 198 feet. In second place, John McCardle with a combined total of 229 feet. Third place, Jared Garrettson, 243 feet. And in fourth place, Luke Strandland with a combined total of 289 feet.
Really excited for Brandon to get a first place in the Boss.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And I love that. I love what he said there about it being a monster truck. Monster truck with wings. We got to get into the lineup, folks. We're headed into the Cub class, and you're going to see a whole bunch of airplanes divided into two heats. First, we got David Warren, who's going to be flying a 1967 Super Cub. Andrew Jardetsky going to be flying a Piper PA 2220. Lee Boyd in a Carbon Cub. Tristan Nichols in a Carbon Cub. Nick Ardillo, guess what, in a Carbon Cub. And in this first heat right here, we also have the Vintage Cub class.
Ooh.
Ron Hansen flying the Champ. And let's get him introduced formally to you now. In race number 176, it's a 1946 Aranca Champ from Plattsmouth, Nebraska. Give it up for Ron Hansen.
Ron started flying when a wet rental for a Cessna 172 cost just $32 an hour.
Oh,
He earned his private pilot certificate at Maxwell Air Force Base Aero Club in Montgomery, Alabama.
Next up, in race number 71, a 1957 Piper Pacer. It's a PA 2220. Andrew Jardetsky.
And Andrew flying with those really, really nice D-Day stripes on that Pacer. You don't see those every day, and I think yesterday we coined the buttery.
It's got
yellow.
buttery yellow paint job. That's 150 horsepower, 26-inch Tundra tires on that bad boy. Tri-Pacer converted over to a Pacer. And last for this heat, but certainly not least, race number 67 from Mobile, Alabama. I think that's how you're contractually obligated to say it. It's a Piper Super Cub. Give it up for David Warren.
David Warren is our reigning champion for the Flower Bomb competition, and also for the spot landing competition. Last competition, he landed within 1 foot of the line. Crazy talent.
No stranger to accuracy, that man.
Yes.
It's kind of a fun thing. A couple of the events this year, we had some time to play with some different formats. We got flower bombing, which is a thing that happens at a lot of local airports for fun. Not illegal, as long as you don't hurt anybody.
Right.
Check the FAR aim. We checked it.
We did.
we were very, very sure to check that. The other thing we did is like an old school spot landing competition, right? So we see just who can land the closest to the line, never mind braking or takeoff distances. Here is David Warren on the roll in the Super Cup, and that is gauntlet dropped. Just over 150 feet. So these airplanes are going to have a little to a lot less power than what you just saw in the wilderness and the touring class, but they're also a fair amount smaller. This aircraft here, the Pacer, much like Matt Peterson's Cessna, started its life with a nose gear, little wheel in the front. It was converted to have the little wheel in the back. He's on the roll. You'll notice the wings are pretty short and stubby. They're actually called short wing Pipers.
Yeah.
And the benefits are that it goes a little bit faster. The disadvantages are your takeoff distance might be a little bit longer.
Just a wee bit. That was 152 feet from David Warren and 337 feet from Andrew Jardetsky.
And Ron Hansen now in the Aranca Champ. Now we're in the Vintage Cup class. So you are in this class if you have less than 100 horsepower and
No flaps.
no flappy dappies.
Or any type of wing modifications like that.
no slats or And that was a pretty solid takeoff for a champ. What I love about the fact that we have champs competing is a 90 horsepower airplane. I've seen these on Barnstormers recently in the like $25,000 to $45,000.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money. I'm not going to say it's not, but it's less than most people's cars.
Yep.
If you're going to buy, like, average, I'm talking about, like, the average car price in the United States is much higher than an Aranca Champ.
Yeah, absolutely. Around the 30s is pretty standard, I would say, for a car.
David Warren now plopping it down. Getting on the binders there. Stopped, I'm going to call that 126.
Yeah, absolutely. So he had a 152-foot takeoff, and we're going to say 126 feet on the landing. Judges are saying 127.
I don't know. I think it was 126.
I feel like 126.
Yeah. Next up, Andrew Jardetsky in the Pacer.
Which is one of those nice, you can get into the backcountry in a Pacer, and I mean, you can bring a friend and some camping equipment and still have a good time. He's battling the wind. It's a little bucking Bronco right now. Oh.
Tried, but no, not enough power there.
Yep, just landed ahead of the line.
So, looking at Barnstormers right now, Piper Pacers actually have gone up in price. They must be very desirable right now. Well, I stand corrected as I scroll down here. I'm seeing prices for Piper Pacers anywhere from a Tri-Pacer for $21,000.
Okay.
All the way up to an IFR Pacer for $120,000. So there's a bit variability there. Here's the champ now, Ron Hansen. Good over the line, gave up about 50 feet.
Getting it slowed down. That's insane for a champ.
That was incredible.
Wow. Okay.
Can you do that in your champ?
No.
Okay. You got to practice more, Cam.
Jeez.
Wow, that was really that. So Glenn is going to be flying against him in the next heat, and Glenn Roberts, and he's. I don't even know how you compete against that. That was incredible for a vintage airplane built in 1946.
Yeah. Let's see. We don't have numbers for that just yet. Maybe we do. I think it's on another sheet. So I think that was 210 feet on that landing, which, yeah, man, I'm not doing that in my champ.
Well,
I mean, he has
it's
hydraulic
possible.
brakes. It is possible. And with 6-inch tires, he's not rocking the 800s or the 850s. So, I mean, yeah. All right, Ron.
Want to say hi to a couple people in the chat here online. Rowdy's here.
Oh!
Hey, Rowdy, how's it going? Jerry's here as well. Ray Powell is now here. Great to see Ray in the chat. And a good time to say happy birthday to one of our volunteers right now, Little ADK with the 20-foot line camera. Happy birthday, Little ADK. Super Cubs on the roll. Less than 150 feet. So, yeah, ADK, his dad, in the chat. He's also volunteering today. Everyone say happy birthday to Little ADK. We're getting the 20-foot line camera today. Love ya, kiddo.
Happy birthday, sir.
Okay, Piper Pacer time. Andrew Jardetsky. Ooh.
Okay. Yeah.
Holy cow. So that was like textbook STOL takeoff technique, right? Like got it up to speed, pulled back on the yoke. Instead of the stick, they have yokes. It's like a steering wheel for airplanes.
Yep.
Pulled back on the yoke, popped those flaps down, and it was perfectly timed off very short in the pacer. Now we're back over to the Champ, rocking those vintage vibes.
Yep. Ron was waving out the window just a second ago. Man, it's such a classic looking airplane.
If I could be a little bit, I prefer the sunset scheme, the classic Airpark Champ paint scheme. If I could be just a little, I mean, you know,
when I bought mine, I hated it. I was like, man, I can't wait to just do something different with this. And now that, you know, I'm looking at it, I see it almost every day. Like, it's grown on me.
Yeah, I love that orange sunset scheme.
But for Ron and Glenn's Champ, that thing is super clean. Like, it is gleaming in the sunlight. Like, they have the upkeep on that aircraft is excellent, and it sounds great too. David Warren on short final. Oh, Heartbreak City.
Just a little too short for Dave Warren.
Dang. He's got another run that he can do, but that was his shortest takeoff that he could have paired with a short landing, especially with this wind right now on the nose, like how everyone needs it.
Well, Andrew Jardetsky comes in. Cam, I wonder if we could talk a little bit to our friends at iFly EFB.
Yeah. iFly EFB, which is super awesome. They're all over all of the devices in your pocket, but iFly EFB is the complete EFB app for Android, iOS, and Windows. We'll take a break here.
Gave up about 100 feet, but down and stopped maybe 300 feet from the line in a short wing Piper. Nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, absolutely not. But iFly EFB, the complete EFB app for Android, iOS, and Windows that has all the advanced features pilots want in the most intuitive flight planning and navigation solution on the market. The iFly EFB app team brings together the perfect balance of technology and real-world flight experience.
Ron Hansen with a well-planted landing.
Ooh.
Down and stopped.
Dude.
That is bonkers.
What?
And that's like the performance you can get. I mean, think about it. Airplanes are not traditionally very inexpensive, but for the price of some Harley-Davidson motorcycles, I guess they'll never be a sponsor of this now that I called them out. I mean, my neighbor has a Harley.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Mm-hmm. They're made in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Represent. It's a beautiful thing. It doesn't fly. I just want to put it out there. It doesn't fly. Like, riding a motorcycle is amazing. I get it. I love it. It doesn't fly. Mm-hmm. So, like, that, like, to me, I think is the perspective we need sometimes is like, hey, you know, you could get into flying and maybe you won't have a fire-breathing Murphy Super Rebel that pumps out 600 horsepower. But you could get in the air, and sometimes that's all that matters, right?
Seriously.
It's just cool to see something like that perform like that.
Especially in a vintage freaking Champ that threw down a 185-foot landing on that last one. Yeah, man, I'm really.
You can do it. You just got to practice some more.
Now.
Folks, if you've got a child in the audience that wants to participate in the paper airplane contest, make sure that you go to the National STOL merch booth to build a paper airplane. You can also sign up for those Sun and Fun tickets at the same time. David Warren on the roll. A little bit longer than I think he would like. Andrew Jardetsky on the line in the pacer.
Yeah, getting anxious for that win because he's got it.
Yeah, he wants to get going.
Mm-hmm.
Feeling the gusts coming right down the runway right now. You couldn't ask for anything more. Well, you could ask for like 30 knots more. But here he is now on the roll. Short wing, going to love that extra headwind. Well done. And then Ron Hansen at the line. Also want to give him a big shout out. He's letting us borrow his truck for the rest of the season.
Yeah, him and Susie. Letting us drive the truck, lease it to us for $1.
That's real kindness and support from the community. Here he is now on the roll. That wood prop. that wood prop turning and burning off into the sky there.
Dude, man. Yeah.
Parap is the sound it makes, so I wasn't totally off. Okay,
Parappa the Rapper?
Oh, there we go. That's a deep cut. Gen's millennial.
Yeah. PlayStation.
Oh, my goodness. We're off the rails. Dave Warren, base to final to your right in the Super Cub. This airplane weighs empty 1,150 pounds. He's got 31-inch Alaskan bush wheels. It's got VGs, vortex generators, on the front of the wing. If you go up and look at it, if they're able to open the pits up to the crowd later, obviously make sure it's safe, get approval to do so. If you can go look at some of these airplanes, you see little chunks of metal on the front of the wing. They're called vortex generators, and they help them land like that.
Yeah. They keep the air attached to the wing when otherwise you would stall.
Yeah, they make little mini tornadoes, basically, that hang on to the wing, which is kind of cool. Science. Andrew Jardetsky off on final approach right now. Don't forget nationalstol.com/vote for your fan favorite. Voting closes at the end of the day today. Coming in nice and low.
Yeah.
Throttles off.
No wind.
Perfect three-point attitude. Honestly, never mind the short distance. That's just like textbook tailwheel flying there.
Yeah, it really is. And hopefully that is his shortest landing, because that was his shortest takeoff that it would be paired with.
Ron Hansen now down below the trees in the Champ. Also just props, no pun intended, to Ron and Glenn for flying a Champ all the way down here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh! I think that was good.
That's good.
It was good.
And dude.
He is.
Man, he's locked in. So, folks, this plane shouldn't be stopping in under 200 feet. Like, it should be stopping around 300 feet. So, I mean, Ron is really putting in the work. Glenn is going to be doing that here shortly after Ron is done. But, man, these are numbers that I'm not seeing in my Champ. And my plane is lighter, has bigger tires. They have better brakes. But
the brakes are probably part of it then.
Yeah,
Don't
but
sell
I mean, like,
yourself short, Cam.
it's still hydraulic. I mean, it's hydraulic brakes and everything, but he's got 6-inch tires. Like, yeah, there's just a lot happening right now. And I'm just kind of baffled by.
Well, when I'm baffled in the morning, Cam, what I like to do is drink a cup of coffee to get my brain spooled up.
Yeah?
So I'm not sitting there just buffering. And what I like to use the most for that is Legendary Aviation Coffee Company coffee, which is where aviation passion flirts shamelessly with the seduction of coffee roasting. A premier air-roasted, small-batch, single-origin, specialty-grade, direct trade with a never bitter, always better, bougie coffee. You can join this caffeinated joyride. Let's elevate your coffee experience to new altitudes. Because if life's too short for bitter dumpster fire brews, what are you going to do? You're going to use coupon code STOL10 for 10% off your order over at Legendary Aviation Coffee Company. They've been caffeinating us all season, and I'm very appreciative of that.
That was one awesome setup and spike right there.
Yeah, I have a lot of practice doing that because I'm a dad. You just gotta get a little, those dad jokes.
Gotta get them in.
Good transition.
Yes.
Now, as long as we're here, by the way, I don't know if my kids are watching. Elaine, Emily, love you. See you guys tomorrow.
Ooh. Yeah.
I'm gonna need some coffee after being here all weekend, and they're gonna wake up at 5 in the morning, like, Daddy's home, and I'm gonna be like, oh, need some legendary aviation coffee, so I can be locked in with my kids.
Yes. That's awesome.
Okay, it is almost time for the rest of the Cub class, and this is going to be kind of fun because now we have 3 airplanes that are nearly identical. I think they literally weigh within a pound of each other, at least on the sheet, on the paperwork.
On the sheet.
Obviously, the pilots all weigh a little bit different. I think horsepower is identical on all 3. They're different versions slightly of the airplane, like slightly different model numbers and things like that, but basically all 3 identical planes, and that's going to be really fun to see these pilots compete.
Yep. All of them with that carbon Cub smile.
Yeah.
In the front.
Kind of that little smiley cowl on the front there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it. Like we're watching the movie Planes. Where's Dane Cook?
Yeah.
Last chance to make that paper airplane. After this, we'll be awarding the winner of this class their prizes, and then after a short break, we'll go right into our paper airplane competition for the kids. So if that's something you want to do, kids, make sure you get over to the booth, the National STOL merch tent, with your adult, and get that paper airplane made. We saw some really crazy designs over the last couple events with this.
There have been like things that I've thought of as a kid that never was able to produce, and then there's these kids younger than I was when I was throwing paper airplanes, doing all the hot boy and hot girl stuff.
I think I saw. Didn't you say at Appalachian there was one that was like a ring?
Yeah, someone did the ring. They didn't use it in competition, but they made it just to show that.
Yeah, that was cool.
It does fly. It does very well.
At Heritage STOL, we saw some of the paper airplanes that had like more of the classic design, and then we saw some that had like winglets. And then there was that one design that's like a long rectangle instead of like the delta shape with the long winglets.
Yep.
I feel like that one did quite well.
Yes.
And then the other thing, kids, remember, is don't forget to kind of like tune the tail edge of the airplane, right? You want to make sure the control surfaces are helping you stay straight.
Oh, yeah.
If they're off kilter, you could have them, you could do a barrel roll, which would be cool for style points, but maybe not good for getting the furthest.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, yeah, don't forget to like do a little flight test before we get ready to go. So, Cub class just hanging out here. I think we're waiting on Glenn C.W. Roberts to hop in the Champ.
Yeah, good thing for him. The plane is warmed up, so he doesn't have to worry about priming it or doing anything. You just press the button. There he is in the cockpit. Watching online, press the button, start the engine.
That is on board with him there.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. You can see that wood prop turning on the front through the cockpit.
Pretty good visibility in the Champ.
It really is. Yep.
I wish you can you open the door in flight in the Champ? Like it's like a car door. Can you like take it off?
You can take it off.
Because that's the flex all these airplanes taxiing in front of us have right now, or like a J3 Cub. You can like fly with the door open.
Yeah.
It's like real nice.
Yeah.
Like you can see Nick Ardillo in the red one. He's got his door and window open. And that's that for me is almost worth it, even if the plane isn't as good. Right? Like everyone's like the Champ's technically better than like the J3 Cub, but you can't have that little clamshell door open.
There's all the cool things that come with flying a Cub. Like, yeah, you got to fly it from the back seat, but like, do you do your carb heat with your toes like bananas, like Joe does?
I just lean over very uncomfortably. Yeah, to pull the carb heat. Yeah, or that's why you fly with a passenger, because you have them turn the carb heat on for you.
Yeah.
All right, let's get this party started. In the champ now, race number 76 from Bellevue, Nebraska. A 1946 Aranca champ. Let's hear for Glenn Roberts.
Glenn just is in the Air Force. Obviously, he's flying that champ. He was a electronic warfare officer on RC-135s. Man, just an all-around good guy. That guy, Glenn.
Good guy, Glenn, the Triple G. Next up, from Dallas, Texas, it's race number 68, a 2014 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub SS. Let's hear for Nick Ardillo.
Nick Ardillo is an airline pilot based in Dallas, Texas. This is his 8th STOL event, and he has owned a Carbon Cub for 3 years now.
Nick's flying for the airlines by day, STOL competitor by night, or I guess by weekend.
Yep, used to fly KC-135s.
From Sabetha, Kansas, race number 727, another 2012 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub SS. Let's hear for Tristan Nichols.
Tristan says he's just another guy obsessed with going low and slow. He's been flying a 2012 Carbon SS, and he's lucky enough to get paid to go low and fast as a crop duster.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is cool.
From Appleton, Tennessee, race number 219, a 2012 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub. You see what I mean? They're all the same.
Yeah.
Give it up for Lee Boyd.
Originally from Houston, now living in Appleton, Tennessee. He previously flew in aerobatic competitions, now flying in STOL. He's got a total time of 3,000 hours in the cockpit.
That is a big number.
That is, yeah. Man.
And we love, I mean, it goes without saying, the paint job. If it was just a paint job competition, I think Lee Boyd would win.
Yep, 100%.
Absolutely beautiful aircraft.
Plane's name is Blue Tranquility.
And I think you'll find, folks, that he has the flying skills to match the painting skills that were used on that airplane.
Yeah, absolutely. Just nonchalantly, like how you say, walks quietly with a big stick. Oh my goodness.
So that is our shortest takeoff of competition thus far. Just kind of pulled that out of nowhere.
Wow. A magician as well as a pilot.
Apparently.
58 feet on that takeoff.
Is that that's the shortest?
That's the shortest
of the day so far.
Yeah.
So if I'm Lee, now I'm like, man, I gotta actually make sure to land this thing well.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure. Tristan Nichols on the roll. Didn't feel like he had as much wind coming down the pipe at him.
What is this number going to be? I don't even know what to guess.
66 feet, Cam.
Man.
Nick Ardillo now, and the wind does not have as much. Hopefully it'll come back a little bit for him. There we go. Here it comes. There we go. A little bit of gust for Nick Ardillo.
You could get it pointed into the wind.
And still quite respectable.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, these numbers are, I think it's so important to remember that to pass your private pilot check ride, the landing portion, you need to be able to land within 400 feet of a spot safely.
Yeah.
And everyone is doing that and then some. Here's Glenn Roberts. Score for him to beat from his aircraft partner is 530 feet. Shortest takeoff was 334. Ooh.
There we go.
And it's some gusto.
That's it.
Last time these two competed in the plane, Ron Hansen did win.
Yep, he did. See what this number for Glenn is.
Lee Boyd coming in on final. Oh, and Glenn now has the best takeoff between the two of them at 314 feet. Back over to the Cub class now. Lee Boyd coming in Blue Tranquility, working this headwind for all it's worth. Settling down,
Ooh,
holding
yeah.
it off. Good over the line.
Yeah.
Oh, yes!
I mean, shorter than 75 feet.
That is going to be hard to beat. David Warren, your first place leader up until that point, with a combined score of 279. Lee Boyd's going to rocket up to the top with a combined score of 133 feet. Tristan and Nick have their work cut out for them.
Yeah.
And this is like a little mini formula class today, right? Like they're all kind of flying the same thing. Oh, look at that. He's still in the fight. Tristan getting the brakes.
Yeah.
Exactly figured out there.
Yeah, just a little bit over 100 feet on that landing.
So he was competitive on the takeoff, and it's going to be 106 on the landing.
Nick Ardillo right over the line as well, getting it stopped just a hair, a little bit over a hair over 125. And like Ryan was saying earlier, these numbers, I mean, just because it's not 75 or sub 75, these numbers are still absolutely ridiculous. Just not everybody you know that's a pilot is landing in under 150 feet.
No, that is not. That is a special skill. Okay,
Yeah.
Glenn now, good over the line, giving up a lot after the line. Let's get him broken down and stopped.
He is, if he gave up 100 feet and he stopped at 340, we'll say, that's still ridiculous.
Yeah, best landing by Ron Hansen was 185. And I do think for Glenn, the challenge there is going to be the accuracy on the line, just like you mentioned. I think he's still – that was 307.
Holy crap.
So he's still in second place there, 621 compared to Ron's 530. So he's got almost 100 feet to give up. And you said he gave up about 100 feet over the line, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think in the next two runs –
he's going to get dialed in.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a fight on our hands.
There's definitely going to be a fight.
In terms of the Cub class, as Nick Ardillo, Tristan, and Lee taxi past you, we have Lee Boyd in front with 133, Tristan Nichols 172, Nick Ardillo 248. That's pretty cool. So they're going to get reset for the next run. And I'm wondering, what do you, if you are Nick or Tristan, what are you working on right now? I mean, obviously accuracy to the line important.
You are beating yourself. Like, Lee is throwing down some great numbers, but they're all
that
matched.
Was almost sub 50. Well, they're calling like 60 feet. From here it looks.
So, I mean, like, I feel like as a competitor, and a way to be safe, like, yes, you're aware that Lee is doing some things, but you're also trying to beat yourself. Beat your personal best. because if you're doing that, you're probably going to still be really close in the winning or in the running for winning, because Lee could mess up. I mean, he could scratch.
True.
I mean, he has thrown down a really short combined total.
Oh, Tristan Nichols is trying to beat himself. Yowza.
Yeah.
That is really cool to see. So Tristan Nichols has just tied Lee Boyd for the shortest takeoff of the day. They now both have 58 in the books. So, like you said, like Tristan could come in with a great landing now and unseat Lee.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nick Ardillo not out of the race. That's a huge improvement from the last one. Down to 105, so he's still making progress. Now we're going to slide over to the Vintage Cub class. Glenn Roberts, can he improve on 314 for the takeoff? Winds died down a little bit. Waiting for air bosses to say go ahead. Lee Boyd on base behind him.
Man, here we go.
On board with Glenn.
With the 90-horse champ. Oh, yeah, that was beautiful. I mean, he just pulled back on the stick and launched into the air. 324 on that, so 10 feet further than his last takeoff. But
still shorter than Ron Hansen's takeoff.
Yeah. We're getting told that Anitra representing Sun Fun and Kelsey representing Red Tag Art are challenging the pilots in their heat of paper airplanes.
Ooh, nice one for Lee Boyd. Look at this, getting it stopped.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Okay. So somewhere around 80 feet, it looks like.
Yeah, that was 81 feet, so that's 142. So his first run still the top one with 133. Now I'm going to be holding my breath for Tristan Nichols.
Yeah.
He's got the 58-foot takeoff. He's down low, and he's just getting it all dialed in. If he is going to beat Lee, this is the run to do it on. Working against the wind. Cutting the throttle. Down, stopped, get it locked up. It's going to be, I think, a little too long.
Yeah, just a little long. So Lee paired that 58-foot takeoff with 75 feet on the landing. Tristan was near 100 feet. Actually, he is 100 foot.
Spot on, yeah.
That,
so
yeah.
158 will be his best score. Here comes Nick Ardillo.
Ooh, very smooth right over the line.
Okay,
He's
look at
get it
that.
Stopped under
Sub 100 feet.
Yeah. All right, Glenn is going to do a go around. Since he was on short final as Nick was taxiing off the runway. Gotta wonder what Glenn is feeling right now. I mean, like, a go around is not anything that's scary or anything like that, but you know, you're locked in to getting this landing, and then you're told to go around. Then you gotta lock back in. So.
And he did us a favor and did a quick 360 to reestablish. That doesn't leave him as much time to like get it. Now he's slipping it real hard, too.
Yeah.
Look at this hot shot stuff. Slipping it like he means it. He just won the style award for today, probably.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was cool. A slip is when the airplane kind of flies sideways. So he's controlling the airplane kind of opposites.
Yeah, to lose altitude without gaining airspeed.
Okay, now he's got to go for accuracy.
Oh!
He's down, but now the left main finally touched down. He had a lot of speed to dissipate, but that may have been the one. That was cool. Who says you can't do cool pilot things in a vintage airplane? That was graceful. I have a lot of respect for Glenn and the stick. The good stick he is right there.
Yeah, yeah.
Where does that put us?
269 feet on that landing.
So he is down to 593. He's got to drop another 63 feet on this next one to take it from Ron. But I do think that it kind of doesn't matter because Glenn just won our hearts.
Yeah.
With the slip and the well-placed landing.
Yeah,
there.
that's some really good pilot stuff right there. Yeah. Yeah. Giving us the heart in the cockpit. Man.
That was cool. So one more run for everyone to go in the Cub and Vintage Cub class. We're going to run over to our paper airplanes, and then we'll be back with even shorter takeoffs and landings. Can you believe it? We get to the sport class. If we're getting 58-foot takeoffs in the Cub class, what does that mean for later today?
Yeah.
What does it mean for Dan Reynolds? Oh, that right main hung on a little bit too long. We got to measure from the last wheel to leave. So Dan Reynolds in the limited class flying the Chinook. Very unique STOL aircraft. And if the wind continues the way it does, I think we're going to see some incredibly short numbers from him. And that's going to be awesome to see. Tristan Nichols on the line now. No, big gust.
Yeah. Woo!
Felt that gust right as he pulled off the ground there. I don't know if it's going to beat 58 feet. Lee Boyd's run was 99. Tristan Nichols' takeoff distance just in now at 65. Nick Ardillo trying to break 100 feet on his takeoffs today. And I think he did it. Yeah.
Oh, man.
No problems.
No problems
Almost
at all.
made it look like so undramatic. Glenn trying to make up ground. We already know he can take off shorter than Ron Hansen, but can he land shorter than him? Nick Ardillo now on crosswind leg, turning onto downwind, which means that Glenn will be given the release. There it is.
Man, yeah.
I love how excited you are about
I'm
Champ flying today.
I'm happy for them because they're throwing down in the Champ.
Lee Boyd trying a slightly different. Oh, maybe not. He's descending now. I wonder if he's going to be doing more of the like
the high approach. Yeah,
exactly. But now he's down low where we tend to see him. Flaps deployed. Cutting the throttle. Cut the flaps too, right? Just like.
Yeah.
He knows that Tristan's just one good landing away. And speaking of Tristan Nichols, he is down below the tree line. We'll see what happens with Nick Ardillo. They do seem a little buttoned up here, so it's possible Nick will have to go around.
Mm-hmm.
Tristan making him work for it by slowing down incredibly.
Yeah. The higher
He's
that
gonna be
nose comes up, the slower
pulling
he's gonna
throttle
get.
about now. Oh, right on the line. Look at that.
Okay.
Look at that, Tristan Nichols. Holy cow.
Lexi doesn't know. We're going to see.
The question is, was it good over the line?
It is going to be under review.
And depending on what that score comes in at, it may make a big difference. Nick Ardillo, in the meantime, coming in. Good over the line. He's coming a little bit hotter. Some energy to dissipate here.
All right.
That was some hustle. Did you see that? Line judge was hustling.
Yeah, line judge
Nice
Greg.
job, line judge in the hat. That was a good sprint. Okay, Glenn Roberts, low and to your right. And this is a real bummer. Tristan Nichols with the scratch on that one.
Oh, no.
If it's any consolation, it wouldn't have been enough. But
Fair
only
enough.
just. Okay.
All right.
Perfectly planted. Just got to get it stopped there. Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
That's incredibly short, just over 250 feet.
Yeah, even with an application of power. Like, he was introducing power on the ground.
That'll be his shortest.
Really?
With 257. Still not enough to get in there against Ron, but made up some ground, and that is going to be just a nice, good showing. I would be very happy with that if I were Glenn.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. 55 feet separating him and Ron. I'd be happy with that.
So we are going to go wrap up the Vintage Cub and the Cub class. Stick with us. There's even more Cub flying and Adventure class flying and all sorts of other crazy things flying, including some paper airplanes.
Yes.
Right after this. Special thanks to our annual sponsors: Legend Aircraft, Clemens Insurance, Behringer Aero, Sarasota Avionics, Lift Aviation USA, Flying Eyes Optics, Red Tag Art, Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, iFly EFB by Adventure Pilot, ICOM Radios, Tundra Tailwheel, Fly Orca.
Montgomery Tower, Warrior Flight 1, we're holding short of 2 right for a straight up departure. Warrior Flight 1 will be the first ones out. You excited? Yeah. So now we're just waiting for the tower to release us for takeoff.
Okay.
My name is Dylan Cavender. I'm 17 years old.
I'm Kai Matavolo and I'm 14.
My name is Meyer Turchin. I'm 14. I was diagnosed with leukemia, AML.
I was 5 when I was diagnosed with leukemia.
I was diagnosed with leukemia.
My name is Ryan Melendez, and I'm the founder of Warriors with Wings. When I was 17 years old, I was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia.
So when Ryan took me for the first time, I thought it was just gonna be like chill, like we're just gonna fly, like nothing crazy, but it turned out to be something way crazier and so much fun.
Flying's sick, so I got to fly most of the way back until we got close to the runway. Eventually, I'd definitely be interested in getting a pilot's license or something like that. Maybe not for like a job, but just to have for fun. You just see everything. It's sick because everything's so small, but like you're only at like, we were at like 1,400 about like max. So you can still see everything because when you're in an airliner or stuff, you're really high up, you can't see much.
All right, do it yourself. Pull back. Pull back, pull back, hard, 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 hard. Keep pulling. Push forward hard. Whee! Pretty good.
He was super excited to come and be a part of this wonderful day. I was having a blast being out here flying today. I don't think he ever really thought about flying or what that meant before. I think like the closest he came to really being in like a small plane or helicopter was on his Make-A-Wish trip, and he fell asleep in the helicopter.
Everyone's gonna get their first logbook. So there you go. And then we're gonna fill out all the airplanes you flew, and we'll get you signed off since we're all CFIs. So, and then we'll get you guys all t-shirts once we get some of those made. They'll sign you off for the airplanes they flew you in. You need to get your pilot's license, 40 hours of flight instruction, or 40 hours of flight time total. Some of that has to be with us, and then at some point you guys, once we feel like you can fly the airplane yourself, we set you free and you go off and do some hours by yourself.
It's just that easy.
It's just that easy.
Couple more days like this, you go fly an airplane
Yeah.
by yourself, you're good to go.
Check.
You're almost there.
All right, perfect. I'll steal the pen.
And welcome back to Arklahoma STOL 2025. We've got a whole bunch of competitors we need to give some love to right now. We got the Vintage Cub class and the Cub class. Let's hear it for them right now. While we get ready to give out some placements here, first, if you are going to participate in the paper airplane competition, you need to go to the National STOL merch tent right now. And then what will happen is we will guide you out onto the runway safely. So go to the National STOL merch tent if you're ready to participate in the paper airplane competition. I want to see who wins this. It's going to be pretty exciting. I guess Glenn thinks he's going to win. All right, next, let's talk about first the Vintage Cub class. We've got Ron here. Take 2 steps forward, so people. We got Ron and Glenn here. In second place, with a combined score of 585 feet, give it up for Glenn Roberts. And in first place, with a combined score of 530 feet, it's close. And I want to add, Glenn, you had the shortest takeoff between the two of you. So there's a little bit of fighting you guys can do. Give it up for Ron Hansen, folks. All right, so you guys are flying in a vintage Champ.
Yes.
Doing stuff with it that no one knows how. If I'm flying a vintage Champ, how do I fly it like you two?
Get some lucky wind mostly. That last run, I seriously thought I had scratched, but I got a gust of wind that got me right over the line right at the last second, and got it stopped in ridiculous short time. No champ should ever be able to stop that short.
Okay, so luck. So the answer is luck. Yeah. Give it up for the Vintage Cub class, Ron and Glenn. Now it's time to go over to the The good news for you guys is they're going to use all the water now. So let's go over to the Cub class. In third place, with a combined score of 203 feet, give it up for Nick Ardillo. In second place with a combined score of 158 feet, let's hear it for Tristan Nichols. Which, by the way, Tristan, you tied Lee for the shortest takeoff of the day so far with 58 feet. Lee, with a combined score of 133 feet, first place for Lee Boyd. Lee, we talk a lot about you being the guy that walks softly and carries a big stick in the competition. You're incredibly short, incredibly consistent. Any tips for folks going to be competing later today after you?
Well, just look around and watch what some of the other guys are doing. That's what I did when I first showed up, and kind of watched some of the tricks, and a lot of practice and determination, and things kind of fall together after a little bit.
Ask him where he hides the NOS bottle. Yeah. There's some shade being thrown up here too, but incredibly consistent, and Lee's definitely getting it figured out. Everyone give it up for that Cub class, and we will be back with the paper airplane competition right after this.
Basically, every time I do an install, I go in and I download all of the latest manuals to make sure that everything's interconnected correctly. We don't miss anything. We don't miss any on-off switches, any warning lights.
You said that the most common position for the CEO Guardian's over there on the right side?
Yeah, it would be generally somewhere in this area. And, you know, if you went into the panel, and obviously you can't go into the panel, and with this particular one I showed you the panel, he's basically got a 275, his ELT is going to be here. You've got USB charging port and programming port, which will be tied into these, is going to be here. Then you've got Bose, your two audio jacks here, and this particular Prop D-Ice one is going to end up in this here. You can build something off of this flange, which you could put the CEO Guardian here. You could mount it to the top or the bottom of the glove box. Or if you're going to do a panel mount, you've got the mount holes, and I think there's 7, 9 holes that actually go through the panel, and basically I would cut those.
We've had it in all of our airplanes. Ever since we started with the Piper Saratoga in the early 2000s. We did the pulse oximeter and CO detector in there. We've upgraded to there. Now we have a Cessna 340 that I actually was talking to him in Germany last year, and he was like, oh, you got to put the cabin altitude thing in the plane. I said, well, send it to me. So we put it in there, and it actually is really nice. This aircraft flies above 18,000, 10,000 feet, so up to 23,000 feet. The other day, the cabin altitude light comes on the manufacturer's panel, and boom, the CEO Guardian comes on and says, all right, you're above 10,000, your cabin altitude is above 10,000 feet. So watch out. So it's kind of nice to have that redundancy in the plane. So for a pressurized aircraft, that is so important for me. I get that oxygen mask ready, make sure my oxygen is good.
And welcome back to Arklahoma STOL 2025, part of the National STOL Series. We're going to take a little break from the high-octane action and go to action a little more paper-based. And you'll notice here in front of me, or behind me here, lined up, we have all the adults that could not resist the opportunity to compete. We've got a lot of faces from our competitors here that you might notice. We've got Anitra, the STOL Queen. We've got our friends from Red Tag Art down the line. We got everyone in between. So let's get this party started. Kids, I need your help. We're going to count down 3, 2, 1, and then the adults will throw. Sound good? All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1, throw! And now we have to figure out who was the furthest. Okay, Anitra Goddard from Sun and Fun is the shortest. So, high five. Consolation prize. But who was the top? Let's go find out. Oh, I feel like Eddie Sanchez is feeling really confident. And it goes to the Paper Devil Girl, Eddie Sanchez. Bringing it home. Wait. Walking further away. Going home. All right. Who was second place? So Eddie Sanchez was first. Matt Dorsum in second. And who was bronze? Jared Garrettson in third. Give it up for your grown-ups. Now it's time for the kids. Oh, wow. There's a lot of you. Okay, I need all the 7-year-olds and older to raise their hands. There's a lot of you too. Oh my God, we're gonna be here all day. All right, we'll just separate it out. Yeah, let's take 2 steps forward. 7 and older, 2 steps forward. And let's get lined up right with me and Karen. Yep, oh, nope, you're going too far. You're going too far. Too far. Cool shirt though. We're pretty close. All right, 7 and older. All right, here we go. In 3, 2, 1, throw! Whoa, look at that purple one. All right. That was excellent. Round of applause for those 7 and olders. Who's the purple one? Okay, we got first place. What's your name and how old are you?
I am 11 and my name is Bird.
Bird? Everyone give it up for Bird. First place in the paper airplane competition. What? Everyone gets to play on their way out. Okay. And what's your name?
Jace.
Jace, how old are you?
10.
10. Second place, cool airplane. And third place? Or we have a tie for third?
I think it was blue.
Was it blue just a little bit? What's your name?
Jocelyn.
Jocelyn. And Jocelyn, any special things you did with your airplane to design it?
No.
No, just a paper airplane. All right, give it up for Jocelyn, everybody. And on the way out, we've got prizes for all the kids as you make your way out. All right, now I need my younger kids, my 6 and under kids. You guys did great. Okay, here we go. You have a good tailwind right now. Let's all line up right here between me and Karen. This bush, me and Karen. Good job. All right, we got all the 6 and unders. Thumbs up. All right, let's hear a big roar for everybody. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Hurl it, throw it, yeah! Oh! Holy moly! I think you got it. I love the bluey shirt. Whoa, nice work. First place. Who is number 2? And what is your name?
Lainey.
Lainey? My daughter's name is Lainey too. Tell me about your airplane. It's got some cool drawings on it. It's got some hearts and it's pink. Any special things you did to it? No, just threw it hard. Nice job. Let's get it for Lainey. Who is our first place? Cadence. Nice job. Can I get a high five or a pound it? Nice. And then third place over here. There's the camera. Let's turn this way to the camera. What's your name?
Jaden.
And tell me about your airplane.
Jean.
It is green, and it went really far. High five. Can I get a high five? Over here. Over here. Nice job. Let's hear it again for all of our competitors. Great job, everybody. Don't forget to get a little treat on your way out. That was awesome. We've got some sort of paramotor thing happening behind me now, but a big round of applause to all our kids. We'll be back with the adventure class in just a few minutes.
It's a kind of a different experience buying a Legend Cub because you're buying from the owners of the company. You're going to meet everybody that's going to work with you ahead of time. They're experts at every little facet of it. You pretty much can do as much of the aircraft as you're capable, and they'll kind of hold your hand through the rest of it. So I couldn't recommend it higher than truly a wonderful experience. You show up and you watch how all the fuselages are all TIG welded, and their processes are second to none. They build by far the nicest airplane, lightest componentry, great styling. Ron, their painter, is spectacular. It's not like any other buying experience. You are truly buying into a family. A lot of longtime employees. I'm friends with a lot of the guys that help build my airplane. Legend Cub owners typically buy an airplane and never sell that airplane. You won't find very many of them used for sale on the market. I think you get a slightly different owner with a Legend Cub. It's not just an airplane to them. It's a piece of art. It's a piece of them. It's custom designed and built for them. Any option you want is available. Hard to get much better than this.
And folks, we are back in Pocola, Oklahoma at Arklahoma STOL 2025. The sun's come out to play. It's no longer partly cloudy.
Sun's out, which means Pat McInteer's gun's out. You can see there on the screen his brand new airplane. That's the first time I've seen inside the cockpit yet. I didn't even get a chance to go.
Oh, yeah.
Look at all that. It's like blue. Some blue stuff and some green stuff, some black stuff, you know, technical stuff.
Some screeny screens.
Yeah, some screens. Getting ready to see that thing fly in competition for the first time today. Put on a great show in practice yesterday. Pat was actually sending me some texts, and while we get ready to show you the results in the lineup, let me pull this up here. He said, he texted me, he said, I told Jared he messed up the build of my Badlands. It's really inconsistent. It flies awesome when he's in it and not very good when I'm in it. I don't believe that, though. Pat is a excellent pilot. We're going to see him ring that thing out for the first time today. Now, let's get to the results of the Cub class.
Yep. So in first place with a combined total of 133 feet, Lee Boyd. Second place with a combined total of 158 feet, Tristan Nichols. In third place with a combined total of 203 feet, Nick Ardillo. In fourth place with a combined total of 279 feet, David Warren. In fifth place with a combined total of 602 feet, Andrew Jardetsky. And then in the Vintage Cub placement, we have our two pilots. First place, Ron Hansen, both flying the same Aranca Champ. with a combined total of 530 feet. And in second place, Glenn C.W. Roberts with a combined total of 585 feet.
And there goes Andrew Jardetsky in the Pacer. Such a cool plane.
Yeah, it is a cool plane.
Departing probably to head home or just to go play. Also possible.
Yeah, yeah. We are near the Arkansas River. It's got some great sandbars in the area to land on.
Next up's going to be the adventure class. You're going to see some more carbon cubs, but these are experimental carbon cubs. So again, it's that whole kind of thing. Touring versus wilderness, same kind of thing with the adventure class. I heard, by the way, out on the line, I don't know if this is true, but Nick Ardillo was telling me that Adam Gordon's plane, you're going to see in a little bit, once was used for search and rescue, and once in a really hard moment carried 6 people out of an emergency situation.
Oh, wow.
Not in the United States, down south is what he said.
It does have a Red Cross on the rudder.
So that may be, I don't know, we got to learn a little bit more about that from Adam Gordon. But speaking of Adam Gordon, here's your lineup for the adventure class. Race 88, Adam Gordon in a Cub Crafters Carbon Cub EX2. Braden Young in a 2013 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub EX. He's race number 319. And Pat McIntyre, race number 40 in a 2025 Badlands Traveler.
Yeah.
So that's going to be the adventure class. Again, we've got the experimentals, kind of the experimental Cub class maybe is a way to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
But we're going to see 2 experimental Carbon Cubs and this 2025 Badlands Traveler kind of fresh off the line, built by Pat McIntyre and the team over at Garrettson Aviation. So I asked Pat about the aircraft, and he said it's fairly simple. It's got an IO 360 on the front, empty weight of 1,090, gross weight of 2,200. Gross weight, by the way, folks, is the weight of the whole plane with all the stuff in it up to the top that you could I can't imagine fitting 6 people in that plane. I don't know. It feels like a old wives' tale that you tell an announcer to see if he'll say it on the air. We'll have to learn more about that. 31-inch tires on that plane for Pat McIntyre, though. That's the big thing. And he's got some slats on the front you can see there. And I think over the season you're going to see it. I heard they're going to paint the cowling still and things like that as they get it more and more dialed in. All right, first up, race number 40, the 2025 Badlands Traveler from Lincoln, Nebraska. Let's hear it for Pat McIntyre.
Pat is flying a brand new Badlands Traveler that he has put together. Sodbusters was his last competition in the Rands, and he's currently going to ring out that Badlands Traveler today for us.
I love this straight tail.
Yeah.
That's makes it look more aggressive.
It is.
Next up, from here in Oklahoma, race number 319, a 2013 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub EX. Give it up for Braden Young.
Braden's a local guy and has flown with a lot of these pilots at Birds in the past. We're going to be at Birds this next weekend for the Backcountry Flight Festival that they're going to have going on.
And last but certainly not least, race number 88, 2015 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub EX2 from Oakdale, Louisiana. Give it up for Adam Gordon. Wow. Let me try that again for him. Give it up for Adam Gordon. Woo. Oh, they're doing a little pirouette together, too. Man, there's some coordination going on out there with the competitors.
That is happening. It looks really good, especially from...
That's why all airplanes need to have tail wheels.
Yes. We're going to get flamed in the comments.
We're not going to get flamed in the comments.
Oh.
That's maybe a little bit of a challenge. Fine. Flame us in the comments. Tail wheels
I'll take it.
Tail wheels are still better.
Superior aircraft, superior skill. Oh.
So getting the judges in place for adventure class.
Oh, look, there's John Douglas.
John Douglas is not pleased about the tail wheel comment.
Oh.
Adam Gordon off sub 100. Here's the thing, though. John Douglas can really fly the wheel pants off that thing.
Yes.
He doesn't need the crutch of a tail wheel.
No, he doesn't even need a skid. Like, he could have a skid on the back of that thing. He doesn't.
That was just super insane. I want to see what that number was there, because we're starting to get some crazy things coming in here.
I love all the
67 feet for Braden Young. Adam Gordon's was going to come in about the same. Pat McIntyre. Oh! We might be sub 50 feet. See, this is what he does. He sends me a text. He's like, Jared Garrettson's better flying my plane than me. And then he throws out 47-foot takeoff. We're only getting shorter from here, folks. Here comes Adam Gordon now, down low and to your right in the red and white Cub. 85-foot takeoff.
with the belly pod, just making it truly authentic.
Did they put some of the people in the belly pod?
Maybe they were tiny people.
Maybe they were tiny people.
Like kids. Kids are people.
I don't know. I'm still not sure. Okay, let's get this thing stopped a little bit over 125 feet for Adam Gordon.
Maybe they weren't cultural Americans, you know, like.
Yeah, like 6 of me would not fit.
No. No.
A more svelte nation.
Yes.
Of people. So Braden Young now. First time out at National STOL, if I'm not mistaken.
Seen him at Birds a few times.
From Tahlequah.
He's got a lot of firearm sponsors on his aircraft, so we're gonna have to come up with something.
Ooh, right on the line there.
Yeah. Yeah, looking good. Mr. Braden Young. 180 feet on that landing.
Going to the replay. I believe they're going to call that good.
Oh.
That was right against the line. Pat McIntyre, yeah, called good for Braden Young there. Pat McIntyre hunting in the BLT.
Looks like it's wearing predatory colors.
Oh, a little too short for Pat McIntyre, but look at the numbers we're going to be seeing from him. His plane is super loud. He said that it's because the prop's going supersonic. Little T6 action there, maybe.
Yep.
While they taxi back, we've got to talk a little bit about what happened this summer, Cam. This spring? Summer? When was it? It's all blurring together. We had a trailer. And we don't have one anymore.
Nope. Ooh, it's so pretty. Yeah, I decided to that the trailer wanted to be an airplane, and I wanted to do my first aerobatic flight with the trailer and truck.
So you actually put a U.S. Air Force inspired kill marker on the new truck.
Yes.
A green star on the nose of the truck.
Yeah, yeah. You know, we gotta have fun with it. Like, it's sad, but like, you know, out of the ashes rises the phoenix.
So Adam Gordon pulling a little bit early there. Not as much wind for him on that run. Definitely a factor. Braden Young now on the line. Currently in second place with 2:47. Adam Gordon actually took him on the landing. Woo! So Adam Gordon is going to be in first with a combined score of 221. Braden Young 247.
Yeah, that takeoff was 84 feet.
And now Pat McIntyre, 47-foot takeoff last time. Ooh, just a little bit longer than that this time, and he did it with almost no wind on the nose.
Yeah.
We were doing the paper airplane competition, and Pat told me, he's like, hey, man, we got to make this quick. The wind, we got good wind right now. And I was like, you got great wind for the paper airplanes. And he pointed at his plane. He's like, no. It's not what I'm talking about. That was 55 feet. Everyone longer this time around. I think that's indicative of the weather shift.
Yeah. It is down the pipe, but it is not very strong down the pipe. Adam Gordon on final, coming over the trees.
So, in terms of the trailer fire, we've been talking about it a lot. There are a lot of people that have supported us.
Yeah.
And I just want to say thanks to everyone who supported not only National STOL, but there's a lot of people that came out and supported Cam, supported you specifically. And it's been a big process to rebuild. We're working back from the ashes. Here's Adam Gordon. That was an incredibly well-placed landing.
Yep.
Stop sub 125.
There we go. Maybe 118.
And so it's just a big family effort. We've got actually a banner on display at the National STOL merch tent. If you've made a donation or you want to make a donation to help support kind of the rebuilding of the series, please be sure to stop by and sign that banner. Here comes Braden Young. Good over the line.
Ooh,
you can hear the stall warning horn going off in the cockpit.
Pat McIntyre settling into ground effect.
Little bit lower. Interesting to see, right? Like, as we compare these aircraft, right? BLT, Badlands Traveler, like a totally custom thing. It's a very bespoke experience when you build one. Mm-hmm. And look at the flaps. Look at the ailerons hanging out. Wow, well, gracefully done. And I would love to get Pat's perspective on what it's like to go from the Rands. So he started with like a stock Rands S7, then he threw a bigger motor on it. Now switching to the Badlands. I'm curious just how that transition's going. Want to thank our friends. When we talk about supportive people, we want to thank our friends over at Lift Aviation. Their love for flying drives them to deliver only the finest in aviation products to market, including helmets, aviation helmets. They actually immediately resupplied us with 2 helmets for our rookie class. We have rookies that don't have helmets yet. They're not sure they want to make that investment. They can borrow a Lift Aviation helmet, and so thank you to them for that. They're bridging the gap and making products that are stronger and lighter that you can trust. Adam Gordon on the roll again. Definitely hung on longer than he wanted it to.
Yep.
Not ready to fly yet, right around 150.
Yeah, the wind is not in his favor. Not in Braden's favor right now either.
I also want to thank our friends at ICOM. You can see all of our line judges wearing the yellow ICOM shirts for safety and visibility. Braden Young floating it off. Probably could have pulled a little bit sooner there. Now we have a little, look at this. Start to get a little wind back for Pat McIntyre.
Yep.
Mother Nature, she gives and she takes. A little bit of gusts coming through the booth. Roaring to life. 408 Lima Tango. I like what he did with that end number there.
Yeah, I do.
So ICOM also have provided all the radios we need to be operating safely as well. And that's amazing. So big thanks to ICOM and all of their support. They're who you think of, honestly.
Oh, yeah,
when it comes to aviation radios.
Absolutely.
And we really appreciate their support. Adam Gordon trying to give slip it to the right, slip it to the left. That's the new song we're going to write. It's going to be next year's Hot Summer Jam. So hit a little more slipping. There we go. So not to be outdone by Glenn.
Yeah, definitely some style points on that.
Okay, searching for the line. Good over the line.
Yeah, yeah.
Right around 150, just short of 150.
Yeah. Now low into the crowd's right. Braden Young.
So everyone's takeoffs and landings extending further and further throughout the class.
Yeah.
Which really makes that first scratch by Pat McIntyre sting. Braden Young giving up about 50 feet from the line there. Getting her stepped. Binding up those brakes. You can actually see now as we sit here, I feel like kind of see in the grass where the most of the landings have been.
Yeah, it's looking a little brown out there.
Pat McIntyre now coming in low and to your right. Hoping for a little bit more wind as he gets closer to the line. He's got a 60-foot takeoff. Got to land a little bit shorter this time. Oh, it's going to descend right over the line. And we are just over 50 feet for Pat McIntyre. The debut of his new Badlands Traveler. His debut in the adventure class. The numbers, despite the lack of wind that round, still bonkers.
Yeah, that is just
absolutely insane. Look at that one. That feels like, I don't want to throw too much praise Pat's way, but that felt like a very classic Pat McIntyre technique. You used to see him do that same maneuver in the Rands. Okay, we need to take a quick break. Be back with the completion of the adventure class. Special thanks to our annual sponsors: Legend Aircraft, Clemens Insurance, Behringer Aero, Sarasota Avionics, Lift Aviation USA, Flying Eyes Optics, Red Tag Art, Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, iFly EFB by Adventure Pilot, ICOM Radios, Tundra Tailwheel, Fly Orca.
The National STOL Series would like to thank local sponsors of Arklahoma STOL 2025: Patriot Airpark, Choctaw Casino and Resort, Arkansas Valley Electric Corporation, Central National Bank, River Valley Democratic Gazette, Elite Workspace Solutions, Fort Smith ER and Hospital, Metroplex Builders, Infinity Electric, Razorback Marine and Fuel Injector Service, Copco Metal Fabrication, Fort Smith Windwater Company, Grand Savings Bank.
And welcome back to Arklahoma STOL 2025. That round with the adventure class happened so fast, I'm like out of breath. Like you guys were just turning and burning. Let's hear it for this class here. Patriot Airpark. We'll cut right to the chase. In third place, it was close. A combined score of 247. Give it up for Braden Young. In second place with a combined score of 221, Adam Gordon. And in first place with a combined score of 111 feet. Did you just say gross? Adam's like gross. Let's hear it for Pat McIntyre. Pat. Pat. Wondering what the transition's been from the RANs to the BLT.
Well, I was telling Adam yesterday it was hard, but now he says that I'm full of it. It's been a lot of fun. Really excited to have this plane. The plane does most of it, but I'm really excited about it.
Well, we can't wait to see what you do as we move forward. Here's the other question everyone's wondering. Is Tanner now just going to be on the circuit running the RANs the whole time?
Well, Tanner still has to finish high school, so we'll focus on that, but he'll come a little bit.
That's a very responsible, fatherly answer. Okay, let's give it up for Pat McIntyre and the rest of the adventure class. We'll be back with even smaller, crazier airplanes in just a minute.
The National
Basically, every time I do an install, I go in and I download all of the latest manuals to make sure that everything's interconnected correctly. We don't miss anything. We don't miss any on-off switches, any warning lights, or
Sarasota was created actually back in the 70s, but we and Bert and Vince, my two partners, they've sold their business to Ryan and Sean, which is my two other partners now. We started around in 1999, 2000. Just had one little spot in this hangar, and we've built it up from there. So we've been here for 23 years now. And then we have 5 facilities now here in the state of Florida. First starts in Tampa, Sarasota. Venice here is our main headquarters, and we have Punta Gorda and then Fort Lauderdale, Lantana. And we have partners in Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Tullahoma, Tennessee, all over the world. We're the largest Garmin dealer in the world, so that's probably what we've been known for. So we do more installs on aircraft, general aviation, anything really under 10,000 pounds than anybody else in the world. So, and we've been that for quite a few years now. So.
And folks, welcome back to Pocola, Oklahoma, to Arklahoma STOL 2025. We just had the adventure class.
Woo!
Hot stuff in the adventure class going on. We'll get you the recap of those scores here in just a moment. Next up is going to be the sport class, which is super stacked.
Super stacked. 2 heats at the sport class. I want to mention, we mentioned earlier at the top of the broadcast, you can enter a drawing to go hang out at Sun and Fun for a week.
Yes.
Because the Sun and Fun folks are here. Do that at the National STOL booth. We're going to do the drawing right after the sport class. I think we'll probably do it during the podium, after the podium presentation for the sport class. We'll pick that with Anitra and the Sun and Fun team. So here are the scores for the adventure class.
In first place with a combined total of 111 feet, Patrick McIntyre. In second place, combined total 221 feet, Adam Gordon. And in third place with a combined total of 247 feet, Braden Young.
Really cool to see them all flying. Between Adam and Braden, it was pretty close. Pat up in front by 110 feet in front of Adam Gordon. I don't know if you heard during the little podium presentation there. He couldn't help himself. It was in good taste. He was like, ugh, gross. Here's the full lineup for the sport class. We got Jared Justice in a Kit Fox, Scott Tyree in a Kit Fox 4, Tanner McIntyre is going to be in that Rans S7, Merle Potter in the Newport, which is going to be, we're going to talk about that a little bit. Matt Dorsum also in a Kit Fox 4, Rick Boardman in a Cub Crafters Sport Cub, I believe. And then we also have Dave Curley in the Grasshopper and Eddie Sanchez in the Just Aircraft Highlander named Devil Girl. First up, right in front of us here, is Merle Potter from Alma, Arkansas, in a 2002 Newport 11. Everyone give it up for Merle and that awesome biplane. That is so cool.
He's been a pilot for 43 years, began flight lessons in a Cessna 120, and soon bought a 1952 Cessna 170. Later upgraded to a 1955 Cessna 180 and began backcountry flying.
Such a cool thing. He's got the scarf there. It's connected to his seatbelt, not around his neck, but great for style points.
Yes, absolutely.
Love that. We'll talk a little bit about the scarves, the streamers on the struts in a little bit.
The scarves.
Next up, from Lincoln, Nebraska, you heard me just ask his dad about it. Race number 540, the 2006 Rans S7. Give it up for Tanner McIntyre.
Tanner is a 17-year-old pilot. He's a private pilot. Passed his check ride in August flying this Rans S7. And this is his second event, but first flying solo.
Saw him practicing yesterday, doing a great job.
Yeah, dude, he's great stick.
Proficient. Next up, it's race number 918 from Princeton, Texas. A 1998 Kit Fox 4. Give it up for Scott Tyree.
Scott has been around aviation most of his life, but didn't start on his pilot cert until January 2020. He got serious post-lockdown and earned his certificate in May of 2021.
And next up for the heat from Mountain View, Arkansas, race number 80, a 2024 Kit Fox 7 Super Sport. Let's hear it for Jared Justice.
Jared is 24 years old with 650 flight hours since earning his license at 17. He bought a nearly finished Kit Fox 7 project in spring of 2023 and 90% done with it, 90% to go.
That's how it always goes.
Yep.
So Jared Jess is going to lead off the sport class. Again, we have 2 heats, so we're going to see these pilots fly, and then we're going to see Matt Dorsum, Rick Boardman, Dave Curley, and Eddie Sanchez fly. Jared's winding it up. And off, I feel like shorter than that. It's hard to tell from here, but he's sub 175.
Next up in the Kit Fox 4, Scott Tyree. Let's see what it's going to do.
Somewhere around 200 feet for that one, for Scott Tyree.
All right. So he is here to have fun.
Tanner McIntyre on the line in the storied and somewhat famous 2006 Rans S7. Father had been flying this plane for years, and he's at the controls and doing his dad proud on that one. A little bit over 125 feet.
Man, yeah, that's quite impressive, sir.
There was a warning giving to Jared Justice, by the way, by race control due to a high angle of attack. Too steep of a climb out, basically, is what that means.
Yeah, yeah.
Merle Potter on the line. This plane, this 2002 Newport 11, it's a 7/8 scale version of a Newport, and I learned a new term today. It's a sesquiplane.
Yes.
Which means 1.5. It's Latin for 1.5. The lower wing is narrower and shorter than the upper wing. It keeps the strength of a biplane, but less drag and better visibility. Here's Merle on the roll. There we go. Powered by a VW engine?
Yeah. VW 65 horse engine.
That is super, super cool.
Yeah, it is.
The red streamers, by the way, on that plane are for identification purposes. So they didn't have radios back then.
Yeah, yeah.
So each squadron leader would have a different color streamer so that you knew who to follow into battle. So that's what the streamers are for. Here's Jared Justice now. Ooh, little burst of throttle, but I think it was enough to get him over the line. Lexi's calling it good. We're stopped right around 128. Good over the line there, just frame by frame for Jared Justice. Scott Tyree. Holding it off. Gonna give up.
Good over
75 feet. Whoa, big bounce. Did the right thing, added a little bit of power.
Yep.
Keep it smooth. The other thing you can do there if you feel it gets too big of a bounce is just go around.
Yes, absolutely.
Just gas the throttle and off you go.
Next up, Tanner McIntyre. Ooh. Giving it a little burst of power to keep the nose up. It's going to chop the throttle and give up about
175 maybe, almost 200 feet. But that's the safe call, right?
Yeah, right. He's doing the right thing. He's got 2 more runs, so, I mean,
yeah,
why
he's got
not?
plenty of time to dial it in. I feel like the one thing I don't envy for Tanner, right? Like, obviously, I wish that when I was 17, I was flying bush planes with my dad.
Oh, man, yeah.
But I do feel like there may be just a little pressure, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like to follow, not from Pat, but from the rest of the community. Like they're expecting big things from Tanner.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you saw me getting all excited about it, and Pat's like, well, he's got to finish high school, so hold your horses, right? But I do feel like there's a little bit of pressure from the community expecting him to do great things.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, absolutely.
Here comes Merle in the Newport. Good over the line. Nice.
Yes.
I don't think it will happen, but I secretly kind of hope he wins.
Yeah.
Because I just think it's the goofiest, best thing ever.
Yeah, it's so cool. Yeah, getting it stopped around 300 feet.
You know, and right now, he is going to be in third place. Like, he's on the podium right now.
Yeah, 283 feet on that landing, so combined total for Merle, 656.
Every time Merle comes to Arklahoma STOL, he comes in a different, unique airplane. And every time he does that, I spend the next week obsessing about whether or not I should acquire that same airplane. Shane Hicks Eggleston in the chat saying, "Go Team Bebe." That's what they called the Newport. It's Go Team Bebe. I'm pronouncing that horribly. And Merle Potter. Great to see you in the chat, Shane. Evan Spikes here for Jared. Hello to Ben Ramler.
That might be Evan Speaks.
Speaks. Spikes? You say Speaks, I say Spikes.
That's his wife's, his brother-in-law.
Oh.
That's Jared's brother-in-law.
Gotcha. So you know them. You know the pronunciation. Scott Sweet is here cheering on Pat McIntyre. He's one of our competitors that flies a Scout. Rowdy's still here in the chat. That's awesome.
Dude, Rowdy.
Cedric, little ADK. Jared Justice on the roll, pulling back on the stick. Sub 125.
Good looking Kit Fox. Both of them, the 7 and this 4. So it's just going to be a little bit over 175 feet on that takeoff for Scott Tyree.
So Tanner McIntyre's coming into his second run here at Arklahoma STOL. Currently in second place with a combined score of 449. Ooh, that was very well done. If I were being like super backseat, I'd say could have pulled a little sooner.
Mm-hmm.
Merle Potter on the line in the Newport 11.
And he is wearing that lift helmet.
Yeah, Lift Aviation helmet. That's awesome. Our friend's there keeping his
noggin safe.
The Newport noggin safe. Here he goes. Full Volkswagen power.
A French fighter plane, World War I fighter plane powered by a German engine.
Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. So that was the first airplane that the Allies had that was actually successful against the German planes.
Yeah.
It was very maneuverable because of its smaller size. So again, this is a replica of that aircraft, but it's not actually full size. It's 7/8 scale.
Yeah, you can see old World War I dogfighting footage, and they're doing dumb things in those airplanes.
Jared Justice down around the 35-40 foot mark and sub 150 on his score.
So, funny fact about Jared, he is now flying that Kit Fox 7. He had a Kit Fox 4 like Scott Tyrese that was named the Firefox that he used to compete in National STOL with. And also, the Rans S7 that Tanner's flying that used to be well, it's still Pat probably, but used to be Pat McIntyre's, he bought from Jared Garrettson, and Jared Garrettson bought it from Jared Justice.
Whoa.
Yeah, there's a lot of...
The wheels of time.
Yes.
How they turn. Scott Tyree. Good over the line. Bouncing just a little bit. Got to get heavier on those stoppers.
He certainly got heavy on them for sure. Stoppers.
Here comes Tanner McIntyre now in the Rans. Holding it off. Oh, that was excellent.
Yeah.
And look at that. Just over 100 feet.
Man.
He's not feeling the pressure at all.
That's super cool. I bet you he's ecstatic in the cockpit right now.
So the Newport is coming in, but while they do, I want to talk about our friends over at Tundra Tailwheel. Now, this plane, did the Newport have a tailwheel, or was the original tail skid? We don't know. Doesn't matter. Are you fed up with tailwheel shimmy?
Yep.
Looking for a sleeker design with the added security of a locking tailwheel? Proudly made in America, Tundra Tailwheels deliver exactly what you need. Here comes the Newport. Kind of coming in hot and low. I don't think they had brakes like that on the original Newport. Folks, you can join the ranks of countless STOL champions who trust Tundra Tailwheels. Products now compatible with Leaf Spring, T3, Acme Aero, and TK1 suspensions. You can upgrade your aircraft today at tundratailwheel.com.
Awesome operation that Josh Richling has out there with Tundra Tailwheel. Out on the farm. Getting everybody taxied back around for
So
the next round.
Right now, Cam, I hope it stays this way. Merle Potter's still in third place in the Newport 11. That's just where I'm ringing. I mean,
yeah.
Tanner McIntyre has jumped up into first place with a combined score of 236. Jared Justice just behind him now after run 2 with a combined score of 254.
Yeah, those are really respectable numbers. Like, oh, man. Last round for this first heat in sport class.
Here comes Jared Justice now. Off just under 125.
Yeah, so super consistent numbers from Jared. Scott Tyree on the go in the Red River Fox. They're looking like a little bit over 150 feet, somewhere around 165 maybe. We'll get that number in just a moment. 158 for Scott Tyree. Tanner McIntyre next on the line. He's giving it the go juice. Yep, and he lost an inspection cover.
So they're going to stop for FOD on the runway here. It looks like an inspection cover came off of that airplane. We're going to just stop there to get the attention of everybody. There we go. Kelly Qualls to the rescue. Running out there and grabbing that.
Thank you, Mr. KQ Stole on Instagram. Merle Potter. Yeah, just leaping into the air. First pull. His best number so far, 373 feet on takeoff. Let's see what this last takeoff for him is going to be. We'll get that in while Jared Justice is coming over the trees on final. 307 from Merle Potter, his best takeoff so far.
And we saw the best takeoff from Tanner McIntyre.
Yep.
And the best takeoff from Scott Tyree. A little bit longer for Jared Justice, but still respectable, of course.
Ooh, but he's going to get the stop nice.
Yeah, there we go, like 126, 127.
And he's going to keep the tail up.
Yeah, so that's going to probably net out to be Jared's best run.
Yeah.
Because he stopped significantly shorter than the others, and he had his second best takeoff. Yeah, 126. That's going to put him at 247.
Puts him in second place right now.
Tanner McIntyre at 236. Scott Tyree's got to get on the board. So hopefully he will make it over the line now.
Yep.
Holding it off.
Going to use those brakes.
Holding it off.
There
Good.
We go.
There we go.
He's got the elevator. Got the stick pulled all the way back. We'll get him taxied off the runway while Tanner is on final.
Here comes Tanner now. Settling it in. He's got to put in a good short score to hold off the next heat. Nicely done.
Floated it in.
And again by around 126. He's getting very consistent there. Working the old rubber grabbers. The old ground clamps.
Ground clampies.
See how Merle can do with his wheel stoppers in just a second. I think also like the streamers are just for me.
Yeah,
it makes it so much more fun.
Yeah.
Good over the line, working the stopping parts
on those bicycle
tires. Little sidey, little style points on the.
That's where the wind is coming from. So
yeah, just a little drift king action there.
Yeah, 245 feet on that landing, so that's going to be his shortest landing and shortest takeoff. Still going to put him in fourth place. Yeah, when you get to see a Newport on the circuit, just out here
so
for funsies.
Cool.
Yeah.
I think what I love about it is it's just fun.
Yeah.
Right, and Merle, I can tell based on bringing the Quicksilver last year and like doing a good job in it.
Yeah.
Just a guy who likes to fly and have fun flying, right? As we head into the second heat, Tanner McIntyre holding first. Scott Tyree did clinch third place away from Merle Potter and Jared Justice in second. Let's take a quick break and be back with heat number 2 of the sport class.
Bunch of us came in early. We were like, hey, let's go down to Kitty Hawk. Mr. Bill, Brandon, JB, and me, and Ed. We cruised down the coast, dude, at like 120, 500 foot right at the minimums and waving at everyone. It was so cool. We landed at Kitty Hawk, which is, the first flight. Landed there, went around, got to see the Wright brothers plane, the field that they landed it in. And man, it was an experience. I never thought I'd ever see that place. And it's cool to come out and do this stuff. We went from there down to the beach. We landed, walked out to the beach, sat there talking to all the people that were fishing, man. They're laughing, having a good time. We came right over their cars, landing, hung out for a little bit, put our feet in the water, and then got back up and headed up here. And it was a good time, man. This is what it's about. Like, the competition's fun, but it's more fun to take everyone out and go beach land, go just a couple different places, and just experience the other side of it, not just competition. And it's like a big brotherhood, and a big family. And I'm lucky to be a part of it.
And we are back for the second heat of sport class. And look at this guy out in front.
Yeah. In fact, let's see. I think we got some swag to wear. Ooh.
Yeah, you can see. All right, first up in race number 48. It's a 2023 Just Aircraft Hound. Yeah, his wife popped by. Sherry stopped by. Dropped off some swag for us from Preferred Fueling Services. Oh, you're going to throw it on. Everyone, give it up for Eddie Sanchez. There we go.
Yeah,
looks good on you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, all the way from Willis, Texas. So excited to see him fly today.
Thanks, Sherry, for the swag. And
Next
Eddie.
up from Spicewood, Texas. Race number 11, a 2016 Just Aircraft Highlander. Let's give it up for David Curley.
So David Curley came to flying later on in life and was quickly hooked by the capabilities of bush planes. He loves exploring untracked and uncrowded parts of the world.
Really fun to watch him fly. He's rocking a Rotex 912 that's got a supercharger and is fuel injected, making over 150 horsepower. The plane in front of it, Eddie Sanchez, Yamaha 998 Turbo Sidewinder with 270 horsepower. This plane right here hails from Henderson, Nebraska, race number 94, 2015 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub SS, piloted by none other than Rick Boardman.
Rick Boardman lives on a farm in Henderson, Nebraska with his lovely wife Mary and runs an ag operation.
He's got a lot of time in crop dust.
Yeah.
And from Lancaster, Kansas, race number 95, a 1995 Kit Fox 4. Let's give it up for Matt Dorsum.
Matt Dorsum is from Lancaster, Kansas, and runs heavy equipment for a living. He bought a Kit Fox halfway through his flight training and got his private pilot's license and has been having fun ever since.
So Matt just made a run at the East Coast events and climbed up in the standings.
Yes.
Jeff Vallon and Joe Milloway are right behind him. They went to mostly West Coast events. But now, check it out, right? Eddie Sanchez, Rick Boardman, Dave Curley, even Mike Busnitz, when he's competing in the sport class, they're all in action trying to make up ground after not being at some of the last few events. So it's getting kind of heated, right? I think strategically what Matt did, it makes a lot of sense. He's like, oh, I got an opening here on these East Coast events, so he flew east. Speaking of flying, he wants to do it right now, and whoa!
Okay.
Right around 75 feet for Matt Dorsum. The other advantage for him is he's just been putting in reps, man.
Yeah.
Like, that dude has been flying a ton.
A ton, and with other pilots, too. While he was transitioning from Pennsylvania to Virginia Beach, he was flying with Dennis Rowe a lot.
Next up, Rick Boardman.
Okay.
All right. Think of how different those two airplanes are.
Yep.
And watch how close those scores are. So Matt Dorsum's Kit Fox, obviously it's tiny, right? But it's also got a lot of power. It's got a Yamaha Apex 160 horsepower engine on it. Meanwhile, Rick Boardman's running a classic Titan 340. I don't know if you can call it a classic, but a Titan 340.
Yeah.
Now, here's the heavily modified Rotex 912 powered Grasshopper, piloted by Dave Curley. Ooh,
Okay, yeah.
He could have pulled maybe a fraction earlier.
Yeah.
I mean,
It was ready to
splitting
go.
hairs. It was ready to go. He knows what he's doing in there, Dave Curley. Now, Eddie Sanchez, hot off some success at Stol Drag in Roswell.
But Devil Girl 2 to work. All right, yeah. Still sub 75.
Not quite ready to fly, but only just. I mean, when we're getting to these different critiques, folks, it's like milliseconds. These pilots are so strong, we're struggling to find critiques here as the guys in the booth, not in the cockpit, just to level set. So Matt Dorsum's now going to be descending into the pocket, down into that ground effect area, kind of settling in, keeping everything real tight, real controlled. He does have more power than most Kit Foxes of this era. Gonna come on down.
Ooh,
Little burst
yes.
of power. I don't even if he even needed it. And he's gonna get her stopped a little bit off center there.
So he had a 68-foot takeoff. Let's see if he... Looks like they're calling it a scratch. Okay, yeah. Would have been 89 feet. But called scratch. So now Rick Boardman.
That would have been good for 157.
Man. That would have been cool.
Rick Boardman hanging it out.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Okay.
Just let it break and drop.
Yeah, absolutely. So Rick Boardman had a 55-foot takeoff. He's going to pair that with a 65-foot landing.
And I don't believe my eyes, Cam. That is also a scratch.
Oh.
Rick Boardman also scratching it up.
The itchy and scratchy show once again.
Dave Curley trying to get on the board. Gonna line it up. Gear just hanging down in the wind there. Real stable. Little bit of power. Well done. That one will be good.
Yeah.
Working those landing locks to get everything stopped.
Okay, so David had an 88-foot takeoff and an 88-foot landing. I mean, I don't know how much more consistent you can get than that. Eddie Sanchez bringing it in slowly. Devil Girl 2. You see he's got his nose high. He's getting set up to get settled in the ground effect.
Really slow, a little bit of power to get over the line.
Oh,
right on the edge.
Is that a scratch?
Oh, no! A scratch for Eddie Sanchez as well in Devil Girl 2. What is going on here with these top performers?
Man, yeah.
I don't know, man.
I don't know. That would have been a 80-foot landing paired with a 69-foot takeoff.
They're going frame by frame in the booth.
Dang.
While we wait, I am going to eat my meat stick.
Yeah, we both got jackalope today.
Jackalope meat stick provided by our friends in Pinedale, Wyoming, Rocky Mountain Stole. Came over and said, "Hey, Ryan and Cam, you guys, no punches pulled. You guys look tired. Yeah, have some meat." So I'm going to do that. Thank you, John and Angela Douglas, for that.
Absolutely.
A little pick-me-up midway through the broadcast here. Jackalope.
Jackalope.
I like a jackalope. It's just like a cool-looking thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here comes. Put that on my Wikipedia page. So here comes Matt Dorsum. And the standings have not changed too dramatically. Dave Curley out in first now. Whoa, okay. All right.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to look down and look up, and he was already airborne.
That's the fun of the sport class. And look at this. What is this gust front coming through? We've got some real wind for them to work with right now. I feel like the first heat's probably a little frustrated with that. It's always a bummer when the heats get separated by wind. You know, Tanner, for example, did not have this amount of wind on his nose as Rick Boardman's going to get right now. That's part of the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Rick Boardman getting a tail reel.
Yeah!
That was stupid nice.
Yeah, just lever action.
His best takeoff was 55 feet. This one's 61 feet.
It looked very dramatic and short. That
It
61
really did.
feet.
Dave Curley currently in first place with a combined score of 176.
Got that tail high. And just rotating at the right moment. Looking somewhere around 60-ish something on that takeoff. 65 feet on that takeoff. His last takeoff was 88 feet. So this gust is definitely helping him out. It's going to help all of our pilots out, but now it just died. So Eddie's going to rely on horsepower alone. And it's so funny, he pulled just a hair early, but it's still going to be sub 75. Get that official number here in just a moment. 68 feet on that last takeoff. So, I mean, this wind is helping out. Now we've got the gust back.
A foot shorter for Eddie Sanchez there. The standings right now, Dave Curley in first place, second place Tanner McIntyre, and third place Jared Justice. Here comes Matt Dorsum.
Using that rudder. Ooh, right over the line. Just plopped it in. He's going to get it stopped around 70-ish feet. 72 feet paired with the 68-foot landing. I'm sorry, 68-foot takeoff paired with the 72-foot landing. Puts him in first place.
So now we've got a little bit of a shuffle. Tanner McIntyre still holding on to the podium. Rick Boardman not on the scoreboard yet. Keeping that tail nice and low.
Yeah,
dropping it in.
Woo!
Really working those zoom stoppers.
Yeah. Just maybe 5 or so feet over 75 feet. So that's still going to be a short landing. 78 feet.
I want to say hi to Dreadnought in the chat. It says it's kind of fun watching the STOL comp from flight level 360. That is awesome.
Oh, that's super cool. Oh, man. So it looks like Matt Dorsum was a scratch on his last run. So
no.
So that puts Rick Boardman in first place.
Oh,
Ooh,
too short for Dave Curley, too.
Man, they're getting aggressive on these landings. Coming up a little short.
And that one also called a scratch for Dave Curley. Here comes Eddie Sanchez just hanging on the prop, just working it. Very steady and stable, what you'd expect for a 777 captain. Here he comes now, holding it off.
Ooh.
Good over the line.
All right.
And stop-o-matics are in effect.
Okay. Those Behringer wheel and brakes putting
Doing
in
their
some good.
thing.
Yeah. Let's go. What are we going to get on that landing for Eddie Sanchez?
Evan,
67 feet.
Evan in the chat saying it's pronounced speaks. Sorry, Evan. That's a callback from like last heat, but just checking the chat here.
Oh, good.
Sorry,
I got you.
sorry, Evan.
I got you
can't
covered,
have me
Evan.
covered.
And Kaylee. I got the whole
Yep,
speaks.
Kaylee
clan.
speaks. Yep, they're all here. And Tim McRae saying, does Merle get extra points for the gun up top? No, but it's cool.
It is very cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it's cooler than gun racks. Having
the
the
gun
actual
racks are cool.
I mean, the gun
too.
racks are cool too. I don't want to detract from that, but like the actual gun.
Yeah, maybe the first time we've had an actual gun on a aircraft. We did have guns on the Wildcat flying at Airford STOL.
Oh, yeah. They're always fighters.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it is always going to be fighter. It could be a bomber, but I don't know what bomber would be a STOL platform.
All right. Matt Dorsum looking to get on the board. A nice short takeoff again from him. He was been very consistent. 68 feet, 68 feet. I think this one might be just a hair longer. Rick Boardman waiting for his turn for the third loop around the pattern. So that was 62 feet off the ground for Rick Boardman, 77 feet off the ground for Matt Dorsum. Dorsum still not on the board. Got to make this last third one count for him. Dave Curley currently holding third place. Now we've had a bit of a shuffle. He's going to be off the ground. Judges are pointing sub 75. Eddie Sanchez now in first with a 68-foot takeoff and a 67-foot landing. Dave Curley off just now at 68 feet. A lot of numbers flying around. Here goes Eddie Sanchez. Get it? They're flying around. Hey, okay, here goes Eddie Sanchez. Super short.
64 feet on that takeoff. 68 feet from David Curley.
So I think the shortest of competition, if I'm not mistaken, we had 55-foot takeoff by Rick Boardman earlier in this heat. Pat McIntyre, though, I think with the shortest of the day at 47 feet. That run, of course, did not count due to a scratch. Here's Matt Dorsum hoping to not hat trick.
Ooh, okay. Good.
Lexi's calling that good, and look at that. Look how short he stopped. If that is good, that is going to mess things up potentially for the other competitors. 77-foot takeoff is going to push him up into third place. So now Eddie Sanchez, Rick Boardman, Matt Dorsum, Dave Curley edged off the podium. Here comes Rick Boardman, 62-foot takeoff.
Ooh, man. Let's go. That was a very short
Scratch
stop.
for Rick
Boardman. Oh, what?
Brutal. Absolutely brutal.
Wow.
That would have been good for 146. So would not have improved his score at all. So we can feel a little bit better about that. Dave Curley now, currently off the podium, 68-foot takeoff. Matt Dorsum's 153, the number to beat.
Okay, Grasshopper.
Oh, he maybe did it. While that score comes in, I want to say hi to BJ Hamlin, who says, let's see the Sanchez tailwheel drag. Yeah, we haven't seen that yet today from Eddie. I'd love to see that.
62 feet on that landing from David Curley.
So that is going to put Dave Curley up into first place, which means Eddie Sanchez currently fighting for first. Rick Boardman in third. Matt Dorsum down to fourth. Good over the line. Ooh. Get the plane stopped. Okay. The sport class always gets so insane at the end.
Yeah. They just go for it.
And that is going to wrap things up, and I am going to leave you in suspense with how it netted out. But literally all four of that final heat were in first place at one time or another. Everyone. Every single person in first place at one point during this last heat. So let's hang tight for the dramatic conclusion of the sport class. Also, right after that, we're going to announce the winner of the week at Sun and Fun.
Ooh.
So hang tight. Be back with more.
Connect with pilots worldwide. Watch your flights unfold with accurate terrain, scenery, altitude, ground speed, time, and flight path. Improving your wind situational awareness by reviewing your flight path with wind data. Invite friends to join you. Debriefing with peers is a blast. Balance striving with fun, never wasting a chance to document bragging rights or continue to improve by connecting with pilots and instructors who inspire you. Just tap the record.
Check.
After we do these. And welcome to Arklahoma STOL 2025, part of the National STOL Series as we wrap up the season here. Just a few more events to tag along to in 2025. We've got the sport class here. I love the sport class. Look how many people we have. We have 2 heats. Give a big round of applause for all these competitors. Such amazing flying here. I was just mentioning this to the pilots in the last heat. And I guess technically before that, some of you were also in first. I think almost everyone was in first at some point. But in the last heat, all 4 pilots in the last heat occupied first place for a run or 2. Let's get to the top of the podium. In third place with a combined score of 139 feet. Let's give it up for Rick Boardman. In second place with a combined score of 130 feet, just 9 feet separating you two, Dave Curley. And by 8 feet with a combined score of 122 feet, first place, Eddie Sanchez. Eddie, come on up here. Want to just give you an opportunity. Anyone you want to thank? Any new people helping you out?
Absolutely. Preferred Fueling Services is backing us and getting us here with lots of fuel, so we really appreciate them. And always my wife, Sherry, she's my crew chief, so I can't do it without her. So it's been awesome. You guys have been great, and I love this place.
Someone in the chat was asking about how come we didn't see the, it's now trademarked, the Eddie Sanchez tail drag. Conditions just not right or not needed for it today.
Man, if I'm dragging my tail, something's wrong. I don't want to do that. It works, it's fine in practice, but if I'm doing it here, I'm usually in trouble.
Okay, let's hear it for the sport class winners, everybody. And now I need Anitra from Sun and Fun to come on up. If you were throwing your name in the bucket for this, it's a week, Anitra. Tell us a little bit of what we're doing here.
Awesome. So what we're doing is I'm Anitra. I'm with the Sun and Fun fan van. I'm the ambassador, and we just want to spread the Sun and Fun and encourage anybody to come to Sun and Fun, especially fly your airplanes in and come join us. So we're going to be doing a lot of grassroots events. I'm going to be traveling around, and all you got to do to win these tickets is sign up for our newsletter, and it puts you in the drawing to win 2 weekly tickets for Sun and Fun in April.
Awesome. So I guess we're going to reach. You want Eddie to come do it? Eddie, come on. You can decide someone's fate. It's part of your job now as the winner of sport class.
If I can get my fingers in there.
He can't get his fingers in his very big hands.
Got one.
Okay, who we got here? We've got Braden Young, one of our competitors. So that's great. Nice job, Braden. That's it. All right, Braden's going to Sun and Fun, everybody. We'll be back with just... Well, shouldn't call it just. With the unlimited class, things are going to be heating up even more here in Pocola.
He pushes me and I push him, and same with Hal. We're challenging each other. Everyone's like, "Whoa, this is gonna be close."
I have beat him, but not often. I gotta be really on my game and he's gotta be off his a little bit.
The hard work happens with the majority of what Steve does before we get here. It's the innovations, the development of the new parts, testing them, all that. And a lot of that has to do with what Steve does before we get here.
Really excited. I just hung my weights and got everything ready for traditional STOL, and I'm just excited to get going.
I usually fly a Highlander, but I sold it. I'm rebuilding a new one that's going to be pretty competitive at both National STOL and STOL Drag, so I'm excited about that, but it ain't ready yet.
I fly my Rans off a grass strip in airport about 15 minutes from my house. Rick and Colin Kadiva, both really good friends of mine. Colin has a place with a strip behind his house. I've flown in and out of there.
Patrick and I, we got a little bit of a grudge match going.
Come on, get it stopped, Charles. Get it stopped, Charles. No!
You know, had to let it all hang out.
Oh, man,
One way or another, we're going to stop it, even if it's sideways.
It was so fun. I got to fly the unlimited. You can't beat it.
Yeah. And we're back after that.
Sport class was insane, man.
It was.
That was exciting.
There's a lot happening.
It was shocking. Matt Dorsum came up to me. He's like, "Man, I couldn't believe I had scratched 2 out of those 3. It's just real good." So that was. We are gearing up for unlimited class now, and this is the no holds barred, run what you brung, modify it within the extent of the law.
Yeah. Yeah.
And do a lot of great stuff with it. So this is where you see some truly insane numbers. They also kind of traditionally get like the worst air of the day, and right now I can kind of feel that as we sit here. So let me give you the results for the sport class. In 8th place, Merle Potter with a combined score of 552. In 7th place, Scott Tyree with a combined score of 473. In 6th place, what a jump. In 6th place, Jared Justice with a combined score of 247. Tanner McIntyre just out in front of him at 236. Matt Dorsum, 153. Rick Boardman, this is where it gets tight, 139. Second place, Dave Curley with a combined score of 130. And Eddie Sanchez in first with a combined score of 122 feet.
Yeah. That was exciting.
That was exciting. And
Just.
here's another exciting thing. And I don't even know if you know this yet, Cam. I just found out that the reason Mike Buznitz has not flown yet today is because he decided to hurl himself into the unlimited class. So now instead of 3, we have 4 pilots in the unlimited class.
Okay, yeah, that is super cool. I did hear some rumblings on a radio of questioning if he could do that, so I was awaiting what the results of that would be, and it looks like it was okayed.
It was absolutely good to go by the race control folks. So in the lineup, we've got Hal Stockman, race number 3. He's going to be flying that yellow Rands S7 from the McIntyre clan. Jared Garrett's going to be flying the Badlands Traveler, also from the McIntyre clan. Mike Buznitz coming on in the Zlin Norden, and Dan Reynolds, race number 9 in the 1983 Chinook Valdez Special.
Well, while we're getting geared up for the unlimited class, you know what's connected to gear?
Wheels and brakes?
Oh, yeah. You hit it spot on. Wheels and brakes. Speaking of those wheels and brakes, we want to thank Behringer Aero. The company Behringer Aero has been manufacturing wheels and brakes in the same spirit of quality and performance for 30 years. Since 2002, Behringer Aero makes wheels and brakes for a wide range of aircraft, from the ultralight airplanes up to certified aircraft as Pilatus PC-6, Cirrus SR-22, Envision Jet, Piper PA-4628, Diamond DA-42. That includes everything for a bolt-on conversion. So just a whole bunch of different airplanes that they just make those classic red, and now they come in a whole bunch of different colors, wheels and brakes.
From Dawson, Canada, it's race number 9, 1983 Chinook Valdez Special. Let's give it up for Dan Reynolds.
Dan Reynolds is from the Yukon, flying the Chinook that I believe he owns, right? So he is the owner of the Chinook airframe. Yep.
6,000 hours in this. 4 Chinooks that he owns.
Yep.
Crazy. He's personally designed and built all the mods except the slats, which are from Carbon Concept. Next up, from Whitewater, Kansas, race 232. It's a 2024 Zlin Norden. Let's hear it for Mike Buznitz.
Mike Busenitz owns and operates Stole Creek Aviation in Whitewater, Kansas, a certified Rotax repair center, and the U.S. dealer for Edge Performance products.
Next up, from Manhattan, Kansas, race number 603, flying 408 Lima Tango. It's a Badlands Traveler. Give it up for Jared Garrettson.
Jared Garrettson is entering in his second season of competition with National Stol. He buys, sells, trades, and builds experimental backcountry planes, and is known for saying, if I can fly in it, if I can fit in it, I'll fly it.
Making his return to this competition.
Yeah.
Pilot so nice, we let him fly twice. All right, last but certainly not least, Elko, Nevada is going to bring us race number 3 at 2024. No, it's the... See, I got the airplane wrong there. It's that Rans S7 that was just flown by Tanner McIntyre. This time it's flown by Hal Stockman. Give it up for him.
Hal is flying this Rans S7 that is owned by Patrick McIntyre, and Tanner McIntyre is flying it today as well. We're glad to see him here. Normally he's flying that Badlands Traveler, but it is not here today.
That's right. He's normally got the Vaquero with the canards on the front.
Yes. The Vaquero, not the Traveler.
Lawnmower 4.1, but not today.
Not today, sir.
So this will be interesting to see, right? We've got the McIntyre clan aircraft being well represented by different pilots. We've got Hal, who is no stranger to flying Rans S7s. It used to fly our S7 for years and years. Now he's switched over to Badlands, but it's a plane he hasn't flown as much. Jared Garrettson knows a lot about the BLT. He flies those all over the place, and we've seen him fly them to victory a number of times. But this one is, of course, different because they're all a little bit different. Not exactly sure what's going to happen with this Lynn Norden in Unlimited, but it's just really cool to see it. And Dan Reynolds just hoping for a little bit of wind on the nose in the Chinook. First takeoff by Hal Stockman. Nice and short. Looks like he lost his inspection cover somewhere down around the 225 mark. Looks like they're going to launch Jared Garrettson. He is off well before 100 feet in the BLT. Next up comes Mike Busenitz in the Lynn Norden. Full throttle. Rotex 916. Very competitive, actually. Like the double slotted flaps on that airplane. They look really cool as they come on down. And Dan Reynolds in the Chinook. And look, he needs a little wind to get super competitive. This is still going to be quite short. He's going to spool it up and fly it off sub 50 feet for Dan Reynolds in basically zero wind.
Tanner McIntyre. Sorry. Not Tanner, but Hal Stockman bringing it in, getting stopped just past 75 feet. Looks like that is going to be a scratch, however.
Oh, now we're back into Battlestar Scratch Lactica here.
Oh, man.
Katrina in the chat saying, I miss Hal's Canards. We do too. I think they'll be back really soon. And yes, in the sport class, 17 feet from first to third is crazy. It's absolutely bonkers.
Jared Garrettson in the Badlands.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Yeah, he's
Holy smokes. Oh, a little bit more.
Yeah.
Nice for Jared Garrettson. He gave it a little goose of throttle there. If he had it, he might be 10, 15 feet even shorter.
Yep.
He kind of leapt forward. I don't know if he felt like the tail was coming up and wanted to get a little bit more down motion on the tail, but like, what?
I mean, it's a 74-foot landing, so, I mean, it potentially could have been at least 70.
Okay, this is Lynn Norden. Also good over the line.
Oh, yeah. Brakes. Got the tires locked up. Can get it stopped short of 150 feet. That's 146 for Michael Busenitz.
So right now, Jared Garrettson, 147. Hal Stockman, 209. Mike Busenitz at 245. And now here comes Dan Reynolds hovering it in. Helicopter mode, engage.
Ooh.
What? And we're just listening in on the radio, too, with some of the pilots here. We're trying to figure out what happened with Jared Garrettson with that, like, little burst of power. And it looks like he was actually reaching for the flaps. He said, I wanted the flaps. But he grabbed the wrong thing. So that might be a little bit of why the airplane leapt forward on him. So right now, Dan Reynolds going to skyrocket up to the top. Combined score of 85 feet.
45 and 40. That is crazy.
Yeah, we're down sub 50 feet. You hear it a lot if you're a fan of National STOL. You've heard me say this a lot over the years, but to put that in perspective, if you were to put an F-14 Tomcat on the line, that's where its nose would end, right? If you parked it, the afterburner, you know, the engines, the afterburners. If you were to park it right with the tail of it right on that line, it's about 50 feet nose to tail of an F-14 Tomcat. So we're now landing like on the back of cats here. Okay, Hal Stockman scratched it the first time off around the 125 mark. That's going to be a little bit shorter than last time. 122 is the official score. Here comes Jared Garrettson. Best takeoff so far was 73 feet. Full stable, full send, Jared Garrettson.
Oh, let's go. Wow.
Mike Busenitz waiting in the wings.
That's 61 feet for Jared Garrettson.
He's in overdrive.
Yeah.
And just easing off the flaps.
Looking like 85-ish feet. 86 for Michael Busenitz.
Dan Reynolds on the line. Engine pumping and thumping in time. He's reaching blast off speed. There we go. Just makes it so, like that was so
effortless. Like
just
no
like
thought.
Just
did what it's supposed to
floating
do.
up into the sky.
36 feet.
That is dumb. That is insane. 36 feet. Here comes Hal Stockman now, hanging it out. Oh, too short there. Another scratch for Hal Stockman. And that would have been a nice and short one. Probably would have been around 75 feet if he would have got it lined up.
Jared Garrettson bringing it in, getting below the tree line. Flying very slow. I think he's going to get that short landing on this one. Yeah, let's go, let's go. Yeah.
Dropping it in.
Oh!
That's
going to be in the 60s.
That was a absolute clinic on Badlands Traveler flying there. He really knows where to find the edge, right?
Yeah.
Like hanging it on the prop like that it's literally like balancing
plates.
I don't even know.
Yeah.
Balancing something hard to balance. Like
Yeah.
it's just like like he's just it's like I feel like he's like balancing like an umbrella on his hand or something.
Yeah.
That's the weirdest way I could have described that, but it's just so delicate the way he manages that. Here comes Mike Busenitz now in the Zlin. He's going to be tickling the top of the grass. Good over the line, and he is going to get it stopped.
Oh, yeah. Just dump the flaps. Okay.
Dump the flaps like...
Whoa.
I was going to make an ex-girlfriend joke, but just going to leave it alone. Dan Reynolds, to your right.
That was 78 feet by Michael Busenitz.
In elevator mode. Hitting the button for victory.
Hear him modulating the throttle, resting his descent.
Oh.
Good over the
Are
line.
we sub 25? We might be just
just a little
above
over it.
25. Oh, he is happy about that one. Big ol' fist pump in the air by Dan Reynolds.
27 feet on that landing.
Unreal. I don't even know how to react to that. I don't even know what we're doing here.
Well, that landing by Jared Garrettson was 65 feet.
That's also insane. So, I mean, let's look at this. The big wild card going into the third run, if I'm honest, is Hal Stockman because he's not on the board yet. 2 scratches. Dan Reynolds up in front with 63 feet combined, which, as you just pointed out, is 1 or 2 feet longer than Jared Garrettson's takeoff. Jared Garrettson in second place with a combined score of 126. Mike Busenitz in third with 164.
The Chinook is just absolutely bonkers.
Hal Stockman waiting for his third and final attempt to get on the board.
Looking like Sub 125 on that takeoff for Hal Stockman. It's going to be 120. Jared Garrettson. Number coming in 60 feet on that takeoff for Jared Garrettson.
I mean, these numbers are bonkers. It's hard to even calibrate against Dan Reynolds. Mike Busenitz now on the roll, pulling a little early, kind of tickling the tops of the grass there, but he is off a little bit over 100 feet. I think that's going to be a long one for him.
Yep, 107.
107. And now Dan Reynolds. Hal Stockman turning base to final behind him. Spooling it up, hitting the go-go juice. Yanking back on that stick. Another sub 50-foot takeoff for Dan Reynolds. Hal Stockman's going to be well over the line just to get one on the board. Heavy on the stopping pedals. I'm trying to think of different ways to say heavy on the brakes. Getting it stopped nice and easy there for Hal Stockman. That's going to get him on the board.
188 on that landing. So his combined total is going to be 308. Jared Garrettson
currently in second place with a combined score of 126. He's got I don't think he cannot actually, unless he stops on the line, he cannot beat Dan Reynolds, but he's going to try. Look at this. He's going to try. Dragging the tail right on the line. Was it a scratch? Lexi says she does not know. We've seen that happen. Drag the tail, and stop just a few feet beyond the line. Let's go to the instant replay here, frame by frame. And it is called good by the judges. What a masterclass in aircraft control. Mike Busenitz, too short. So a scratch for him is going to maintain his third place.
Dan Reynolds floating down like a leaf.
I don't even know, how do you even, he's got 63 feet combined as his best score so far. He has a 40-foot takeoff. A little wind is going to get him down into even more insane territory. Look at him rock back and forth against the wind, riding it down.
Good.
What is real life?
Yeah.
What is real anymore? Dan Reynolds, what a show. And that is going to wrap up the Unlimited class. What a show by some literal legends of STOL. We will be back in just a minute with the stunning conclusion of Arklahoma STOL 2025. What's up, Av Geeks and Stole Freaks? Welcome to Lone Star Stole here in beautiful Sulphur Springs, Texas. It's Luke's for everybody, 2019 American Legend Aircraft MOAC. A round of applause for Chuck Olmstead. In the gray and orange MOAC, Ryan Shirley, everybody. Give a round of applause for Brian Steck.
It's good. Textbook.
You might be sub 60 feet on that one. It's an unlimited class. It's what you've been waiting for. That's right, the Beast Mode MOAC. Colin Kaniva